I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into the mark, you should reach for it. And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, more work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Hello. Hello, family. Hello. It's good to see you. Happy hump day. It's hump day. Hump day. We are halfway through the week. Halfway through the week. Hello, jurors. Come in. Take your seat. Let me show you what I have done for you. Bam! Verdict clock. Are you excited? I'm excited. I don't think y'all realize how much crap it took for me to get a verdict clock. But you know what? We got it. I have no idea how to pause it. So when they go to lunch, we're just going to have to let it keep running. Then when they come back, we'll have to adjust it. I can adjust it, but I cannot pause it. But you know what? It's there. It's there. I figured it out. And that's exciting for me. I know it's just, it's you know, it's the small things. Exactly. Just what we would expect from a technical goddess. Yes. Oh, Lucy down here was no help at all. No help at all when it came to figuring out the verdict clock, but that's okay. That's okay. We have a verdict clock. It's not fancy. It's not glittery. But it's there and it's ticking. So there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So excited. I'm really so excited about the verdict clock. Such a small thing. But it's a huge thing for me because it's something I get excited when I learn something new. And then twin mom, woo, 7 months. Time flew by. 7 whole months. Gosh, time is flying by, ain't it? Ain't it? That's the improper way of saying things. Time has flown by. Thank you so much for spending the last 7 months with me. I'm so excited. So excited. Y'all. So let me tell you about my night. Before you get started, there ain't nothing to do right now. We're on Verdict Watch. We're going to watch a couple hearings today and get caught up. But let me tell you about my night. So my kid came over yesterday. You heard like all hell broke loose at the end of the stream yesterday because I had forgotten that he was coming by. And so I had done the deadbolt. And he has the code to get into my door, but so he can come and go as he pleases, but not when I deadbolt it. So Lucy started, if you weren't here, Lucy started going nuts. And I'm like trying to wrap up the stream and he's knocking on the door. Lucy's going crazy and just all hell broke loose at the end of the day. Oh, 6 whole months. Verdict clock. Love this group. Verdict clock. 6 whole months. Happy 6-month anniversary, Jay Bird. I am so glad to have you here. Happy 6 months. And Queen, where'd it go? Queen Oliver. Oh, there it is. Queen Oliver Thane. Queen Oliver Thane, you're the first 10-month. You're the first 10-monther. Yay. You're the first 10-monther. That's the first time we've hit 10 months. You're the very first one, Queen Oliver Thane. That's very exciting. You're the very first one. So cool. So cool. Gosh, 10 months. That's crazy, right? 10 months since we've had memberships and stuff. I had February 21st or 3rd. There's movement. Let me get my headphones in. February like 23rd or 1st, one or the other, I can't remember. Whatever that Friday was my 1 year anniversary on YouTube. But, you know, I started doing like the recap videos before I started doing live streaming. So, oh, they're moving. They're moving. What are they doing? Why can't I hear anything? Oh, I guess they don't have audio yet. Maybe they're doing something. You think Ricky was? Did I miss Ricky's birthday? Or not birthday? Anniversary? I may have when I was reading, if it was yesterday. Yesterday, look, it's moving again. It's moving again. Default. Why don't I have... Let's see. Let me change some settings. So yesterday, I had, oh, there it goes. There we go. There we go. Now it's showing up. He showed up at the end of the day, and as I was wrapping up here, and so he and I had supper together, and I laid down. We were going to watch I live in like a studio. I've told y'all my condo's tiny. I live in like a little studio condo. So he was sitting on the couch, and we were going to watch a documentary. And so I laid down and was going to watch it. And I was like snoring within 10 minutes after finishing supper. I went to bed at 5:30, y'all. 5:30. And then I woke up at 9, and I was up for like maybe an hour and a half. And then I went back to sleep. I slept so much last night and this morning. It felt so good. So today I am perky and I am well rested. Fur Baby's mom gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Micah Standing, That's Not a Hippie, Rockin' Dawkins, Novelio, and BGOG were gifted memberships by Fur Baby's mom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. You the best. Hello, hello, welcome. Everybody's still kind of filing in. For those of you who are coming in late, there's a verdict clock. I'm so excited about the verdict clock. So excited about the verdict clock. And I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can. Hold on, let's see. If you can see. I still have some verdict brows left. There's still some on there. There, parts of them have come off, but they're still on there for the most part. My kid said, I look like I have villain eyebrows. I was like, oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Oh well. Rested Brandi is nice Brandi. I know I'm not going to be quite as sassy. Maybe. I can't guarantee that. You never know. I have mood swings. Yay, verdict clock. We have verdict clock. We have verdict clock. Brandi taking granny naps. I know. The last 2 days, I felt like crap during the day. And then Monday, I took a nap and then woke up and felt great and went to dinner with my friends and, my friend and her family. And, my friends. There were some other friends there. And played music bingo and was singing and felt great Monday night. I felt like a train hit me Monday during the day, but after my nap, I felt great. Yesterday, it was the same thing. I was like kind of struggling, and then...
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you.
And then felt great.
The court understands that the jury has sent out a note.
A note.
The note was given to the marshal. Madam Clerk, do you have the note?
Yes.
The note will be marked as a court exhibit.
Uh-oh. What's the note?
This will be Court Exhibit 1, dated this date, the 28th of February 2024. Time 12 p.m. The jury foreman is BRYAN KOHBERGER.
Oh. Wish they wouldn't have said that.
However, that name should not be published. It has to be part of the record.
Forget you heard that.
Your Honor, can we please get a copy of Clara Fotis Dulos, Michelle's best friend, and that's how it's written, testimony, question mark, signed by, the court is going to assume that it is the foreman or foreperson of the jury. That'll be marked as a court exhibit.
Your Honor, number 4. Court exhibit 4.
Court Exhibit 4, thank you. And Madam Monitor, can you bring up that testimony? It's not indicated here how much of the testimony
The entire
is
testimony
desired.
is 38 minutes.
Thank you. And can you, have you located it?
I have.
You can bring the jury in.
That's interesting. What do you think they want to see her testimony for? The best friend. I wonder if they're
Morning,
talking
ladies,
about...
or good afternoon. Court received a copy of the note dated this date, the 28th of February 2024.
Oh, hey, Pantufly.
Time 12 p.m. It reads, Your Honor, can we please get a copy of Clara Fotis Dulos, Michelle's best friend's testimony? Madam Clerk has located that testimony, and Madam Clerk informs the court that the testimony will last about 38 minutes. So if you wish to hear that testimony, Madam Clerk is prepared to play that testimony at this time.
Please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Monitor.
This is her best friend, remember, that said...
Yes, you can get the notepad, please.
that said that she burns fires depending, like, you know, at different times of year if she wants to enjoy the moment with somebody or depending on the weather. And what else did she say? And that she had information that she never told anybody that would help her friend, but then she never told anybody. Easy on the mic. Exactly, but she was home alone. Exactly. Yeah, she said she had info that would clear her, but she didn't tell police because she didn't trust police.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Monitor, you may proceed.
Okay, I'm going to stop the... I don't know how to stop the timer. But I'm going to hide it for a minute because the jury's in there. No, I'm not. I'm just going to leave it on because I'm excited to have it. It doesn't even matter that they're not deliberating right this moment. Look at the timer and admire its glory.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
Do you go by any other name other than Clara Dupron?
Yes, my nickname is Petu, P-E-T-U.
Mr. Brown, can you tell the jury where you live?
I live in Canton, Connecticut,
How long have you lived there?
since 2012.
Before you lived in 2012, when you lived in Canton, where did you live?
I lived for 2 years in Simsbury, Connecticut, but before I'm originally from Argentina, from Buenos Aires.
Did you grow up in Argentina?
Yes.
Do you know Michelle Troconis?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you know Michelle Troconis?
I met Michelle through a mutual friend that we had, that because I'm from Latin America and I have kids the same age as Michelle's daughter, so she thought that it would be a good fit for us to get together. Yes, we grew up with the same culture, so that is a very typical behavior when someone from Latin America comes. It's very common that you introduce to them because you share a lot of things with them.
You met her in 2017?
Yes.
All right, and did you become friends with Michelle in 2017?
Yes.
Are you still friends with Michelle Troconis? Yes. And obviously you don't want anything bad to happen. You're concerned about her, right?
Yes, of course.
But you're under oath?
Yes.
And you understand you need to tell the truth?
Okay.
Where was Michelle living in 2017?
She was living in Fort Jefferson Crossing in Farmington.
Do you know who Michelle was living with at Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, she was living with Fotis Dulos and the daughter, Nicole.
When did you meet Fotis Dulos?
First of all, I met Michelle, and then we became friends, and then she introduced me Fotis.
Did you also become friends? Did you consider Fotis Dulos a friend of yours?
Yes, was friend, yes.
In 2017 and 2018, did you socialize with both Michelle and Fotis?
Yes, it was more with Michelle, but yes, we did movie nights, barbecues, Mother's Days together, that he was there. Yes, that's typical things that you do with your friends, and when the partner is there, you socialize.
And did you and your daughter and Michelle and her daughter get together?
Yes.
Do you water ski?
Not water ski.
Did you ever go down to the pond with Michelle?
Yes, we went to the pond.
Had you ever met Fotis's children?
No, I never.
Did there come a time in around 2018, did you ever learn that Fotis was unable to see his children at any point in time?
Yes, of course.
And when you were friends with Fotis, did you ever talk to him about his children?
Yes, a lot.
Did you ever talk to him about his inability to see his children?
Yes, we saw.
And did he ever express frustration to you? What were his emotions about that time, about not being able to see his children?
Yes, of course, was frustration because he was the father and he wanted to see the kids, so it's logical that he expressed frustration.
And around that time, around 2018, were you aware that there was a point in time where Michelle Troconis and her daughter were unable to be around Fotis's children as well when Fotis was with his children?
Yes.
Did Michelle ever express frustration to you about the conflict between Fotis and she did?
Yes.
Did she ever use disparaging language when talking about Jennifer?
Excuse me, what is disparaging?
Did she ever say anything, swear words about Jennifer?
No.
Have you heard Michelle swear before?
No. Maybe in Spanish we have like little words that are not maybe the best words to use, but not huge words or strong words.
I'm going to go to around 2019, and about April or May, did you ever learn that there was a custody report being prepared related to Fotis and his children?
Yes, I heard.
And who was it who shared that information with you?
Fotis.
And did you know whether or not, in fact, a custody report had been finalized?
Objection.
Well, asking this witness, do you know whether, if the question is, do you know whether the custody report was in its final draft, what's the relevance?
My next question, Your Honor, is going to be Fotis's reaction to it between April and May of 2019.
You can just ask.
Did Fotis react at all to any prepared custody report?
Sorry again?
Did you learn whether Fotis had actually seen a custody report and reviewed one?
He told that there was a report that came favorable to him.
And what was his reaction to that you observed?
Like, was a good reaction. He was going to have custody of the kids. That is what he thought.
When you say custody of the kids, do you mean full custody or half and half custody? Did you have an understanding at the time?
We're not object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
About when was it that Fotis expressed happiness about?
It was in Greek Easter, around that time. I was there in Greek Easter.
You were where?
In the house, in the celebration of the Greek Easter.
All right, you were at Fort Jefferson?
Yes.
Do you know about when Greek Easter was?
I remember my son's birthday is April 26th, so it was 28, something like that, at the end of April.
The end of April?
Yes.
Do you know who else was at that celebration?
Where all my kids was Michelle's part of family. A lot of kids were there, were Fotis friends. Some, I remember Mike Rose. I remember Pavel was there.
Do you know who Mike Rose is?
Yes, he's a lawyer.
All right. When you say Michelle's family was there, do you mean Michelle's mother, father, or who do you mean?
Object, Your Honor.
Right.
Relevance of who was present at Greek Easter.
Well, this is probably leading to another inquiry, so.
And did you observe Fotis's, just to ask Michelle's family, can you tell the jury who was actually present at that dinner?
It was Marisela, the mother, Marisela, the daughter. It was the husband of Marisela, the daughter, the father, and nephews, and nephews.
All right. And Fotis was there and happy and celebrating?
Yes.
Have you been over to Fort Jefferson on many occasions between 2017 and 2019?
Yes.
Would you go over by yourself sometimes?
Yes.
And have you been there with other friends as well?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the house? You've been inside the house on several occasions?
Yes, mostly the first floor, because we never went to sometimes to the upper place sometimes, but yes, I'm familiar with the house.
Have you been in the living room?
Yes.
May I approach
a
you?
lot.
I'm showing it's been marked as Exhibit BBB.
Yes, this is the living room.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, yes.
Can you tell the jury what that's a picture of?
Well, this is the living room. There is like a second area of relaxing place, if you can say that. There is a fireplace, there is a TV, and from there you could go outside, the door to the porch.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what the living room looked like?
Yes.
At Fort Jefferson?
Yes.
I asked that it be admitted, Your Honor.
Show it to counsel.
I did, they have a copy.
No objection.
what is that, BBB?
It is.
So she's about to talk about the fireplace. I'm wondering if this is why
I don't
they're
think
wanting
this is
to
on. I'm
hear
going
it.
to just show it to the jury briefly. Was the fireplace being used when you went over sometimes?
Yes.
Was there a grate in front of the fireplace?
What is?
Like a protective barrier in
Yes,
front of
yes,
the fireplace?
yes.
Was that always there?
Yes.
And did you go to Fort Jefferson every season? Did you go in the winter?
Yes.
And
I
the
went
spring?
all the season.
Were there certain times when the fireplace was not going?
Yes.
All right, but was that dependent on the season, or was it just going sometimes and sometimes it wasn't?
No, depends more, not on the season, more on the weather maybe. And also it was a relaxing moment. Like maybe it's not to hit the house, but it's like a good moment to share like with someone or drinking wine or tea, something like that.
Would there sometimes be a fire going on when it was still warm outside?
Yes.
Did they also have a fireplace outside, like an outside fire
Yes,
pit?
a fire pit.
And was that going a lot?
Yes.
All seasons?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to bring you
me
now
and
to
Michelle
May
are dressed alike
24th,
today.
2019.
Yes.
Were you at Fort Jefferson at any point in time on May 24th,
No.
2019?
No.
So you don't know whether Michelle had a fire going at any point in time?
No, I have no idea.
And you don't know if she left the house and,
No.
and hadn't
Object, Your Honor. Objection. She asked and answered. She clearly said she wasn't there that day.
Well, the court does not know what the second question was, so the court does understand she indicated that she was not there on that day. She does not know whether there was a fire in the fireplace that day. So that's overruled. The next question.
Thank you. I can ask a couple of foundational questions. Even though you weren't at Fort Jefferson, were you on the phone with Michelle Troconis at multiple times during the day?
Yes.
All right. And do you know whether Michelle left the house before closing off a fire?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Well, the question now is, did you talk to Michelle Troconis on the phone about fire in the fireplace? Because witnesses already said she wasn't there.
So you don't know?
No.
Your Honor, if I may get a ruling on the objection, thank you.
So you don't know?
No, I don't.
Did you see Michelle Troconis on May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
When is the first time that you spoke to Michelle on May 24th?
I spoke during the morning because that day I told her if she can come to my store. I had a store in Simsbury, a decoration store, and she was my provider of rugs. So I called her, can we meet, because that day I was going to travel to London and I wanted to pay her some rugs that I owed her. So I said, please come between 10:24, 45, I don't remember exactly the time, but I said I will be in a very short gap of time because I have to do all my stuff for the trip. And so we met in my store around 11. I don't remember exactly, 10:45, 11, and we were doing that, the accounting of the rugs. We were saying goodbye. My business partner was there too. Was painting in the basement, and that's it. At some point, she said, "Take pictures in London." Yes, goodbye, and that was my interaction in the store.
Other than you said that Michelle was there, was anybody with Michelle? Did she go to the store with anybody?
No, she came alone.
And other than your partner at the store, you and Michelle, was anybody else there at the time?
No.
How did Michelle seem when she was at the store with you that morning?
She was every single day that she came to my store. She sat down in front of my desk. We were working both with the numbers. And do you want cash? Do you want a check? I prefer a check. So that was the interaction. Like every single day. She used to come a lot to my store.
Do you remember if while she was at your store, if she was on the phone or using the phone?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall what time she left your store?
Yes, it was not more than 45 minutes when she arrived, so it was not like 12, it could be.
Was Michelle in a rush at all?
Excuse
Was
me?
she in a rush?
No, it was me that I was in a rush.
Because you were leaving for
Yeah.
a vacation? Did you communicate at all with Michelle at any other point in time during the day?
Yes, a lot of times.
Can you tell the jury about those communications?
In one moment, I took an Uber to go to Boston, and the Uber driver stopped to put oil to the car and make some stuff with the car, and I texted her and said, this guy, like, he could do this in another time. He's dropping me off in Boston and he had to do so. It was like a funny conversation. And then I remember finally I'm heading the airport. When I was in customs, I remember that we exchanged, like, I'm in customs, I can talk right now. And then I remember once I was at the gate that I told her, now finally I'm in the gate. That was around 7, and the flight was going to be 8:30, I think. I don't remember exactly, but it was, I remember exactly that moment that I was in front of the gate.
So from 2017 to that conversation in
Yes.
May of 2019, you had been friends with Michelle?
Yes.
And you had talked to her regularly?
Yes.
Did she tell you at any point that she was on Albany Avenue with Fotis?
Objection. It calls for hearsay.
Well, this is somewhat of an unusual situation because it would be an exception if it were a statement offered by a party against the party. But this isn't being offered by the party against the party. So it could fall under statement by a party in the course of an furtherance of the conspiracy. The court's going to overrule the objection.
You can answer that.
Can you repeat the question?
Did Michelle ever say she was on Albany Avenue with
No.
Fotis or cleaning Edie Mountain?
No.
While you were talking to her and texting with her, did she seem upset?
No.
Or nervous or in distress?
No.
Or anxious?
No.
And you had talked to her many times before in the preceding months
Yes.
and years? Did you leave for London then that night?
Yes.
When's the next time that you recall talking to Michelle?
Monday. It was, yes, on Monday.
And did Michelle seem upset on the phone when she called you on Monday?
No, object, Your Honor.
Did Michelle seem upset when she called you that day? Ground.
It calls for hearsay and relevance at this point as to the Monday after.
Well, the question is, did
Yeah,
she
she
seem
was leaving
upset
for London.
on the 28th, correct?
Yes,
Is that the
Your Honor.
question? May
Yes, Your Honor.
28th? Overruled.
Oh, 27.
She was worried.
Do you know what she was worried about?
Yes, because she told me that Jennifer
I would
disappeared.
object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, that, okay, I will answer it. Yes, she was worried because Jennifer disappeared.
At some point, did you come back from London? Obviously you did. When did you come back?
I came back the same week on Thursday night, late in the night.
When did you next see Michelle?
On Saturday.
Was that June 1st?
June 1st, yes.
Can you tell the jury when you saw Michelle and the circumstances surrounding that?
Yes, that day I was working in my store, and during the day we had a couple of conversations, and she said, we are gonna go to...
Object again, Your Honor.
Well, the court does not know what this testimony will be. The court is not certain it will be relevant, because every conversation is not going to be relevant. So, counsel, can you sharpen your question?
I can.
Sustained.
At some point, did you invite Michelle over to your house?
Yes.
Was Michelle with Fotis at the time?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Michelle on June 1st when she came to your house?
Yes, Nicole, Michelle's daughter, and Marisela, Michelle's mom.
And you had learned that Jennifer was missing several days before?
Yes.
When they got to your house, how did Fotis seem?
Worried. He was worried.
At any time from when you heard Jennifer was missing until Fotis was over your house, did you ever suspect him of being involved in any way in her disappearance?
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
How did Michelle seem to you when she was at your house?
She was tired that day.
And was your daughter home?
Yes.
And Nicole was over?
Yes, they were playing together.
Do you know what Fotis was worried about?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, did they leave your house?
Yes.
And do you know where they went?
Objection.
Grounds.
Pause for speculation.
Well, the court hears it as a relevance objection. Do you know where they went after they left your house? Relevance.
To the hotel.
Well, strike that. It's sustained.
Did Michelle indicate where she planned to go?
Objection.
Well, relevance, counsel.
I can ask a few foundational questions beforehand. Were there police outside your house on June 1st when Michelle and Fotis were there?
Objection.
Well, she's a percipient witness as to whether there were police outside of her home. Sustained. I mean, rather overruled.
Yes, they were.
Okay. And what was your understanding why police were outside of your house?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point after Michelle left, did you receive a phone call?
Yes.
And who called you?
Maricel.
Did Maricel see?
Objection.
Well, the question hasn't been asked yet. What's the question, John?
Did Maricela seem upset on the phone?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
What happened after you received that phone call?
Objection.
Well, the question is really, what did you do after you received the phone call? And the objection is?
Relevance.
Relevance, counsel.
Your Honor, she had just learned that Michelle had been taken into custody, and it's relevant what she did next.
Well, first the question, what did you do? And the court does not know what the answer is, but the fact that Michelle Troconis was arrested that's not in dispute. What this witness did as a result of Michelle Troconis being arrested, well, let's hear the question, counsel. What did this witness do as a result of Michelle Troconis being arrested? That's the question?
It is, Your Honor.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ever speak to Fotis again after May 24th, 2019?
No, never.
You and Michelle continue to speak?
Yes.
You remain friends? Was that May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
That day? The day of Michelle's arrest, that she was at your house, that was the following week?
The following
Was it May 31st?
Object, Your Honor.
Well, the fact that Michelle Troconis was at the witness's home, it's already been established. So, sustained.
Your Honor, I just need to clarify the date, may I ask?
So, you can clarify the date, counsel. On what date was Michelle Troconis at your home?
What day was Michelle Troconis at your home that night?
June 1st.
Okay, June 1st, thank you. Is English your primary language?
No.
What is your primary language?
Spanish.
Do you and Michelle speak in English or Spanish when you talk?
In Spanish, always.
Do you never talk in English to Michelle?
Unless there is a third person, that third person is an English-speaking language because of manners or respect. We speak in English between us. It's kind of weird, but yes, we do that. And certain times, though there is a third person and it's night and we are tired, we say like, excuse me for a minute, we are gonna talk something short between us because it is easier to certain words and we exchange like in Spanish. But yes, between us it's always Spanish. Always.
In April and early May of 2019, was Michelle expressing a present intention to move?
Objection.
Well, that
Present
does not
intention.
recall whether that evidence the court believes had come in already. So that's overruled.
You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where she was planning to move?
She had an apartment in Vail, Colorado.
And was she planning to move with her daughter?
Yes.
Do you know whether her daughter is a competitive skier?
Yes, and she was pursuing her career, so she was going to move to their apartment in Vail.
Okay, thank you. One moment, please.
I wonder if that's part of what they wanted
I
to
have
do.
no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Just a couple questions. You've known Michelle Troconis a couple years now.
Can you speak a little louder?
Sure, and please let me know if you can't understand me, okay? I am soft-spoken, just let me know, okay?
I understand.
Okay, how long have you been friends with Michelle Troconis?
8 years, like 8 years, yes.
Okay, and you would consider yourself a good friends?
Yes.
In fact, you've actually referred to her in the past, or your relationship, stating you instantly clicked and had an incredible connection. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, we have since the beginning a very good relationship because we share similar backgrounds, not only morals and principles, also because our careers. I worked as a TV producer with ESPN International and in Argentina doing some work, and she worked in ESPN in Argentina. So we have a lot of people in common. It was very easy to get along with her and the daughters.
I just want to make sure I understand. ESPN is the sports network?
Yes.
Okay, and did you work in the United States or in South America?
I worked here in the United States, but also was doing some freelance work in ESPN in Argentina.
Okay, and you had that in common with Michelle Troconis?
Yes.
We
knew a lot of people that we talked to. You know this? Yes. Oh, yes. I'm friend with this. I knew this. So it was very easy.
Because she used to work at ESPN in Argentina, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you've described your friendship as, the two of you being inseparable. Do you recall writing that?
No, inseparable. No, we are close friends. I don't remember exactly from where.
Okay.
Where did you find that?
Well, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a letter you wrote back in March of 2023?
Well, it could be like inseparable. Yeah, very close.
Okay. Would you like to see the letter, or
No, it's
you're
good.
good?
I trust it.
Okay. And you also described it as a beautiful friendship.
Yes.
Do you recall saying that?
Yes, healthy and beautiful.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct as well that you did lots of stuff together.
Yes.
You talked about barbecues.
Yes.
And I think in the letter you referred to hiking and coffee. Yes. Okay. You spent a lot of time with her.
Yes.
Okay. And you care about her a lot.
Of course.
Okay. And you both have your own business, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In 2019, what's the name of your store?
Lighthouse Design Concept Store in Simsbury, Connecticut.
In Simsbury. And Michelle Troconis was a supplier for your business?
Yes.
Okay. She had her own business selling rugs?
Yes.
Okay. And she sold rugs at your store?
So again?
Did she sell rugs at your store?
I sell rugs in my store. She was my provider.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, you've spoken to her about the fact that you're testifying today.
Yes.
Okay. And you've spoken to Attorney Schohorn about your testimony, or Attorney Felsen?
Felsen.
Attorney Felsen? Okay. Now, back in 2019, you were aware of Jennifer Barber Dulos' disappearance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also aware that the police were investigating?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, in May of 2021, the state police actually reached out to you.
Yes.
And you, Detective John Kimball called you. Do you recall that?
I remember that I received a text from nowhere, and I said, okay, this is a scam. I couldn't believe that the police was going to contact me by text, so I said, okay, I will not answer. And then I went to work and I saw an email, and I said, okay, it seemed like it was real. Like I found out like it was, I don't know if they were professional, because I saw the shield of the police and something else. And yes, it was in 700 days after the disappearance.
It was 700 days after the disappearance?
Yes.
And that you were contacted?
For me, it was very surprising.
Okay. That you were contacted by the police?
By Detective Kimball by email.
Okay. And they asked to speak with you, and you refused to speak with them. Is that correct?
I didn't refuse to speak with them. I said that if they want, they can subpoena me. So I could go and talk with an interpreter, because I knew I didn't trust them. That is the truth. So I said, okay, I will go subpoena me, and I will go with an interpreter.
Actually, isn't it true you indicated you would be happy to truthfully answer any questions? Please let me finish my question, please. I would be happy to truthfully answer any questions you have for me via email.
Yes, because I felt more comfortable, also because my language.
Okay.
So it is easier for me to write than to speak.
And you actually, in that email, told them that you had information that would help the defendant.
Yes, I have here the email if you want.
No, it's okay. I have it.
Okay.
You said you had information that would hurt the state's case.
Yes, of course.
Okay. But you would only answer that if they submitted their questions in writing. Is that
No,
correct?
not only in writing. I was clear saying subpoena me, and I will be happy to be there and testify or interview.
And you also called them incompetent.
Yes, I did. And I feel like I went a little farther. But yes, I called them incompetent, but then I put in bracket that was not what I said. I said I had two options. One, that you are incompetent, that I don't think so, that was in parentheses, and the second option was that, or you don't want to hear the other side of a story, because how you are not gonna interview a person that was sitting in front of you, looking at your eyes, the same of supposedly at the exactly time that a woman disappeared, and I was suspicious.
Let me ask you this, ma'am, if you can. So you had, at that time, you felt you had information that could help your friend. You're correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that your inseparable, beautiful friendship.
Yes.
You had information. And since the 5 years since 2019 and 3 years since you've been contacted by the police, you kept that to yourself.
Yes, because I didn't trust the police.
Okay, and you didn't contact anybody else? You didn't contact the news media?
No, I would never talk in the media.
Okay. or anybody else, just that you kept that information that you claim helps your friend for 5 years now?
I was waiting for this day to talk with everyone about it.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I clarify for something you said on direct. In June time period of 2019, Michelle Troconis, in May of 2019, Michelle Troconis was planning on moving to Colorado?
She was planning in which?
In 2019, in May of 2019, you testified on direct that she had an intention to move out of state.
Yes, she was. I don't know exactly if it was May. I don't have but she was close to moving to Colorado because I remember that because she was saying, but I want for my daughter to finish school. And it makes a lot of sense. So after that, she was going to move to Colorado.
And she was going to leave Fotis Dulos and move to Colorado.
She was going to move to Colorado. I don't know if she was leaving him. She was moving to Colorado.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
The state had asked you some questions about being contacted by the police.
Yes.
Do you remember that in 2021?
Yes. Yeah.
You were with Michelle on May 24th of 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had known Michelle all through 2017 and 2019?
Yes.
And you knew Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
You had been around them many times?
Yes.
You'd been there to their house many times?
Yes.
You've spoken to Michelle on many occasions? You texted with her a lot?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is asked and answered and outside this scope.
This is a running wheel, but where's it going?
I'll wrap it up, Your Honor. Did the police contact you in May of 2019?
No.
Did they contact you in June of 2019 after Michelle was arrested?
No.
Did the police contact you in September of 2019 when she was arrested the second time?
No, never.
All right, how about January of 2020? Did the police contact you then when she was arrested the third time?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Oh, nothing further.
Okay, ma'am, you may step.
Was that sufficient?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may retire to the deliberation room.
So what do you think? Hearing it the second time, I picked up on a couple things that I didn't hear the first time, too.
Stand in a recess.
All right. Okay, so what stood out to y'all? What do you think that they may have wanted to hear clarification on? Okay, so she said that she met, she said that she met her in 2017, the first, like during direct testimony. And then during cross, she said that she's known her or they've been friends for 8 years. But Michelle didn't move. If they met in 2017, then that's not 8 years. Because it just turned 2024. So that would be 7 years at the most. I know it's only 1 year difference, but if you're going to be up there giving dates and stuff, that should be something you're a little bit more clear on. What did she have that cleared her friend? Exactly. Nothing. Nothing. But even now, okay, 8 years now, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That would be 7 years. She just threw in an extra year. Just like she threw in extra comments. After watching trials for a year now, I wouldn't trust the police either. Okay. But here's the thing. If my bestie is being charged with conspiracy to commit murder and I have information that would hurt her specific words were hurt the state's case and how does she say it? Hurt the state's case and let's see, I made a note on what exactly she said. How she worded it. That would help the defendant and hurt the state's case. So if my bestie's in jail, thank you, Mildred Hornblower. Thank you. Her math didn't math. Exactly. That's that new math they're teaching. If she had information, if my bestie had been charged with conspiracy to commit murder and I had information that would hurt the state's case and help clear my friend, the fact that she said, I haven't told anybody about it. I haven't told police. I haven't told media. Okay, if you don't trust police, cool. Tell the media. Let them break the story. Let them show, hey, here's evidence that, shows she's innocent. If you have information that would hurt the state's case and help your friend, how would you say? And then I think it's really shady the way she said, and this is just my personal take on it. It seems really shady the way she said, well, no, because the attorney asked her, so you haven't told anybody. Exactly. Tell Michelle's attorney. Exactly. But the way she said that she had waited, the attorney asked her, in these 5 years you haven't told anybody, and she said, no, she was waiting on this day. Okay, so now we're at this day. Where you at? Where's your information, boo? What you got? She still didn't tell anybody. She said that she waited till this day, and she still didn't tell anybody. So math better, math should be next on my list. Yeah, look, I know it's only a year difference, but the thing is, it's only just now 7 years. We are only in February. So it's only just now 7 years. And Messy Mistress didn't move into that house until, May or June? I can't remember the exact date. So she said when she met her, she was living at 4 Jefferson, right? She didn't move in there until May or June. So it hasn't even been 7 years, technically. But details like that to me matter. Like if I'm on a jury, I'm going to pick up on every little detail. Y'all know me. I'm very like little things like that are just, I pick up on stuff like that and it matters to me. She did not tell the court the news. No. She didn't say nothing. She said, I've waited 5 years, or the attorney said, you haven't told anybody in 5 years. She's like, no, I've waited for, how'd she say it? I waited for this day today. She still didn't say nothing. I'm sorry. If my friend had information that would help my case and they didn't share it, you ain't gonna be my bestie anymore. I wonder what specifically the jurors were looking for in that. Is Randolph going to get another trial? No. No. But he is trying to fire his attorneys. Again. Because that's what he does. But no, he ain't going nowhere. It is a very strange explanation. But see, if it must have been inadmissible. But see, even if it was inadmissible, she said she hasn't even told anybody in the last 5 years. So if she hasn't told anybody, she wouldn't even know if it was admissible or if there was anything that they could get out of it. I just think that was something. I think she was running her mouth to the police. I think she had her sassy pants on. She was running her mouth to the police because she also said that in that email that oh, Ricky Watson. Hey, Ricky Watson. 10 months. Oh, dang it. Where'd it go? 10 months. Happy 10-month anniversary. Happy 10-month anniversary. Happy. Oh, I love the 10 months. Today's the first day we've had them. Thank you, Ricky Watson. I'm glad you're here. Ricky Watson's one of the OGs. Kimber's, Ohio. 10 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy. Okay, so if gosh, I wish, oh my God, I would love if jury deliberations were streamed. I want to hear who's saying what they're questioning, if they picked up on the same things we did. I want to hear all that. Rebecca Johnson, welcome to the family. Rebecca Johnston, welcome. Welcome. You look good in green. Welcome. Oh yeah, she also said that the police called her and she thought it was a fake. She said I thought it was a scam. And then she saw the email with the police shield and she was like, okay, well maybe it's not a scam. What else stood out to y'all from that? Jen, remember for 10 whole months. Yay, we got all the old OGs in here today. 10 whole months. Yay, it's been fun. It has been. What a wild time. Can't believe it's been 10 months. Oh, look who's back. Who's back? This is... Lucy's very moved by this testimony, obviously. Very moved. Did I miss Coburger? No, he doesn't have his stuff until, I think 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. I have to look. I wrote it down, but I can't remember. But it's this afternoon, so we have another hour or two. Steve, member for 5 whole, where'd it go? How come all this keeps moving and I'm missing? There it goes. There we go. Steve, and member for 5 whole months. 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Rosebud said, didn't she speak to the media? Yeah. She said that she didn't speak to the media at all that whole time or tell the media anything that whole time. And then on that very day, she spoke to the media when she left. So, I don't know. What was on her bracelet? She fussed with it and turned it towards the camera. What was on her bracelet? I didn't notice that. I think I was watching chat maybe. Oops. Let's see. When did she do that?
So,
What is that? What is that? Can you guys tell? Here, I'm gonna screenshot it. Can anybody tell what it is? Knitting addict member for 9 whole months. Why isn't it showing? I clicked it. There it goes. Could the info she thought would help Messy Mistress was the fact that she saw her in the store when Jennifer was being murdered. She's wrong. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but anything she had, she should have told him. Look at it sideways. Yeah, it looks like kind of like Groucho Marx, honestly. Let me see. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. See if we can zoom in. Doesn't it look like Groucho Marx? Or like, hold on. Let me do it this way. Okay, look at Lucy going again. All right, look at it like this. See? Who is it? Oops, Charlie Chaplin. Is that who I was thinking of? And I said Groucho Marx. Is that who that is? Oh, I'm about to have to look both of them up. They look like Charlie Chaplin to me, but it could be. Oh, so some of y'all are saying Charlie Chaplin too. Groucho Marx. May have been. I don't know. Let me see. Let me pull up a picture. All right. What? Why? Why? Why would she? Hold on. Let me look at something. Let me look at something. I wonder what that. I wonder if it, like, now I'm curious. Because it's like a drawing. Or like a, not necessarily drawing, but, what are those, like the little, kind of like mini, like the little cartoon things, whatever they're called. Maybe it's Fotis. Ugh. Blech. I wonder. Hold on. We'll screenshot it. We'll put it on Twitter too and see if anybody else noticed it. All right, let's go back to live so we don't miss anything. It's weird though. Weird thing to... Weird jewelry to post or to wear. Oliver Hardy. See, y'all are saying all these people that I don't know. I mean, that I don't, like, I know, I've heard of him, and then he's the, but then I start second guessing myself. And I can't remember who looks like who. Okay. Does anyone else notice? Post it. We'll see what people say. Is she out on bond? Yes, she is out on bond. Walter White. It represents a pact she made with Fotis. Everything she does is calculated, because think about everything that she did when she specifically like turned the laptop toward, you know, blew the stuff way up, like zoomed way in, and turned it toward the camera and all that. Like she's very calculated. Very calculated. Groucho had verdict eyebrows. Heck yeah. Stay silent. He was a silent movie actor. How are the eyebrows holding up? I still got some of them. There's like little parts that are coming off, but I still got some of them. Knitting Addict gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nursey Dog Mom, Rosebud, Charlene O'Donnell, Brenda Hicklin, and Connie Munster were all gifted memberships by Knitting Addict. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Something between her and her daughter, maybe. Maybe. Could be a skinny cartoon version of Hardy. BK's hearing, isn't it? I think it's 2 my time. I think is what I had written down, but I'll double check. It's like, I think it's 1 his time. Let me double check. Let me just double check. They have a few things they're going to cover today. They're also supposed to set the trial date today. Possibly. They're going to talk about moving everything. So they have moving the venue. And I think they're supposed to give deadlines today for all of their motions to be filed and all that stuff. All right, let's see. Okay. In closing, Shoehorn said that P2 never suspected Fotis would harm Jennifer. Did she testify that specifically? No. I didn't hear that either time. Did anybody else? I didn't. And I took notes on what they were saying. Let's see. That's intentional with that bracelet. I believe so too. I'm telling y'all, she is like calculated in everything she does. Everything. For some reason my stuff keeps getting stuck and I don't see any of y'all's stuff moving, and then all of a sudden, bam, there's like all the chats happen at once. I don't know why it's doing that. So then I miss a bunch of stuff because all of a sudden everything comes at once. Three central. Can we do a reverse image search? Maybe. Why is everything getting stuck? Ah, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. It's not on my thing. I missed it when it came up. I can't show the one you did. I can only show this. Oh. Let me see if I can pull it up on the other one. I won't be able to show it, but at least I can see what you said. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see if I can reset my chat. I can pull it up here. Maybe Michelle is making a statement with her Inspector Gadget bracelet. Remember, Gadget is powerful but dim-witted and bumbling police inspector. Is she poking fun at the state of Connecticut? You know, that's possible. She's kind of poked fun at them before for things. So, and then her friend called them incompetent. So, maybe. Maybe. Thank you for the super chat. I wish it showed up on this so I could show it on the screen, but it's not showing up. Hold on. Let me restart this and see if this... Let me see if I can... Let's see. Okay, let me see if this works. Okay. Now I think it's fixed. Y'all talk. And let me see if my chat is working. Okay, now it's working. All right. Now we should be good. Now I shouldn't miss anything else. Let's see. It's the patron saint from Venezuela. Patron saint from Venezuela. If y'all texted anything while I was trying to fix chat, I didn't get to see it because I had to reset my chat stuff. Patron saint from Venezuela. What does he do? Let me look him up. Patron saint from Venezuela. Hey y'all, welcome. Those of you joining us, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see. Let's pull him up and see what he's all about. Patron saint, what, Jose Gregorio Hernandez. All right, let's see. Do you know why defense initially called her as... No. I think to try to explain the fires. I mean, they tried to like kind of explain a few things. Okay, this is the... But I don't think it worked. So this is... Okay, well, I mean... that kind of looks like him. Oops. Where did that one picture go? Oops. Because that, I mean, that looks like it. I wonder. Oops. Let's see if we can find, I wonder if we could find the actual one. Y'all are so smart. Did you find the one? Did you find the one? You got kicked out of YouTube again? You can image search it on Google. Image search him or the bracelet. Did y'all find the actual bracelet link? It is interesting. Y'all are smart. Y'all are smart cookies. Because it looks just like, my thing is it looks just like the, I mean, it is the exact same. Okay, look at this. All right, that's, wait. Hold on. Oh no, not that one. This one. Copy image. All right, so that's her bracelet. Oh, hold on. And here's that one. So it's the exact same picture. So that is the Venezuelan doctor. Y'all are smart cookies. It does look like Charlie Chaplin, but it is the exact bracelet, the exact picture of Dr. Jose Gregorio Hernandez. Y'all are so smart. Aliens. Are y'all getting kicked out again? Oh yeah, numbers just dropped dramatically. It does that. Okay, some guy who, let's read about him. Let's read about him. Her dad is a doctor. It's not really difficult. I recognize I'm Venezuelan. Oh my gosh, it just kicked a ton of y'all out. I don't know why it does that. No clue. All right, let's, while we're waiting on everybody to come back in, let's look it up and see. Jose Gregorio Hernandez. All right, so it says he became a highly renowned doctor, more so after his death. He spent the entirety of his childhood in his hometown, where his mother worked as a housekeeper and his father sold pharmaceuticals and livestock. Yeah, I know it kicked everybody out. I wish it didn't. I wish it didn't do that, but it does that every once in a while. It'll all of a sudden kick a ton of people out. Okay, I'm going to read this. So just so you know, if you chat to me while I'm reading this, I'm not going to see your chats. I'm going to read this real quick. At age of 13, Jose Gregorio told his parents of his desire to go to law school and became a lawyer, but was persuaded by his mother to pursue a career in medicine instead. So he set off on a long and difficult journey from the Andes mountain range to Caracas. He enrolled in one of the country's most prestigious schools, where he graduated in philosophy. After completing his high school education, Hernandez enrolled in university to begin his medical studies. After his death, As fame began to spread, claims were made around the country that miracles had been experienced in cases where his intercession before God had been invoked. Eventually, his name became known all over Latin America and Spain. His healing help is often invoked by both doctors and patients. He is also called upon for protection during overland journeys. Catholic Church began to determine whether he was eligible for sainthood, and they granted him the title Great Hope. Pope Francis decided in favor of beatification after the recovery of a girl who had been shot. After the recovery of a girl who had been shot in the head had been recognized as a miracle attributed to him. Solemn proclamation was made at Mass, celebrated 30th of April 2021 in the Church of the Archbishop Aldo Gianardo. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I missed something. I wasn't watching because I was reading. Let's see. Thank you for the super chat. Can we play back Clara's testimony so we can speculate and pick apart while we wait? Can we play back Clara's testimony? The one that we just heard again? Let's see. Yeah, hold on. Let me finish pulling this stuff up. If y'all type to me, I'm not going to see it because I am reading. So just so you know, let me read this so we can figure out who he is. Let's see. All right, so legacy. Blessed Jose Gregorio Hernandez is also revered by Venezuela's alternative and syncretic religion, the cult of Maria Leonza. Historian Stephen Palmer has also drawn parallels between the Hernandez cult, and that of the assassinated Costa Rican physician and politician Ricardo Moreno Cañas. Cañas, I can't say it. A private university, Universidad Dr. Jose Gregorio Hernandez, launched in 2003, is named for him. And his birthday, the 26th of October, was declared a day of national celebration. Interesting. He's known as the Doctor of the Poor. So he learned faith above all from his mother, having said, "My mother taught me virtue from the cradle. She made me grow in the knowledge of God and gave me charity as a guide." Interesting. I mean, it's kind of, interesting. It says he treated the poor for free. man of universal service. And it says, even the Pope has prayed to Venezuela's beloved doctor of the poor. Very interesting. All right. That's a strange, it's a strange choice for a bracelet, but it's interesting that she, like, because she made sure she wanted the camera to see it. So, so it's interesting. All right, let's see. Stevie found this, though often heralded as the doctor of the poor, a man of science, compassion, unwavering faith, he has become a symbol of hope and healing for many. I guess she needs hope and healing. Bridget Thompson, welcome, welcome, welcome. I called it, it's a cult. Yeah, I mean, it said that it's linked to a cult. I wasn't born with thorns. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm trying to catch up on some of the stuff I missed while I was reading, but I'm not going to be able to see everything, so I'm sorry if I missed something. I agree, very strange choice, and definitely wants people to see it since she has been hiding for 6 weeks. Yeah. It's okay. Are you wanting to watch the one that we just watched again? Is that the one? Pichu or whatever? Pichu? Her name is? Whatever her name is. BK hearing, I think it's at 2 o'clock my time. So we still got a little while before that happens. I mean, I took notes of the stuff that we just listened to again. Here's the thing. Oh, I forgot. I paused this. Not paused it, but I made notes of something, like all the stuff that they said, but that's the thing. I don't know if I wish we could listen to what they are saying. I would love to know exactly what it is that they wanted to hear again. You couldn't understand the witness that much because of the accent or the audio? Jury instructions lasted, I think he said like 50 minutes or something like that. 1207 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I don't know why my kid calls me when he knows I'm live. We may never know what they wanted to hear. Yeah, I would love if they did jury interviews after this, so we can hear some of what they have to say. Marie Mall says, I think it was the timeline. I couldn't even follow the questions that were being presented. They were all over the place. Like, I don't think that attorney did a great job at answering or asking the questions in a way that gave us any kind of new information. Let's see. Things that I made. What are you doing, big girl? You all right? You sneeze? Bless you. Lucy sneezed. Let's see. Okay, so the things that she went over, she said that they haven't, they've been friends, became friends in 2017. She said that she hasn't said any disparaging words about Jennifer, and she doesn't hear her swear. Okay, now here's the thing. Here's how we know this is a lie. She said negative things about Jennifer in her police interview. You can't tell me that she said negative things about Jennifer to the police, but she didn't run her mouth about it to her best friend. Because whatever you say to people like the general, public type people that are not in your inner circle, whatever you say to them, your bestie's going to hear 10 times worse, because that's who you vent to. That's who that's who hears everything. So her saying she's never said disparaging words about Jennifer, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. Because if she says it to police, she's going to say it to her bestie. And she cussed in the police interview. So I just don't think that any of that had anything to do with it. Okay, what else? She talked about the fireplace, said that it depends on the weather, not on the season. Sometimes she doesn't necessarily make fires to warm the house, I think is how she said, or heat the house. But sometimes she does it to share, it's a good moment to share with someone, or drinking wine. Okay, if she was sitting there drinking wine, well, we know she wasn't sharing the moment with anybody because she was there by herself for most of the fires. And then sitting there drinking wine with a fire, how you going to go home and drink wine for 5 minutes and then get back on the road again? Like, not 5 minutes, but you know what I mean. Like, she different times she'd be home for different amounts of time, but it was always short. Told her to come by her store for rugs that day. She came by for about 45 minutes. Didn't she say sometime around 11? Or she said she... Didn't she say sometime around 11? Or she said she left around 12 or something? I know somebody said that's what Marie Mall said. She thinks it might have been the timeline. I think a couple of y'all said It might have been the timeline. These definitely weren't fires for atmospheres or ghosts, no. And what time did she get home? She arrived back to the house at 52-ish. So she would have gone back to her house right after she left from Pichu's place, Pichu's store. So that part of the testimony checked out. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. MT could cuss in English perfectly. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Yeah, for real. That's what I'm saying. Like, that was just, that stuff. It wasn't credible to me. I don't think. Okay, but that part of the timeline checks out, that she came by and she said that she left before 12, and Michelle got back to her house at 11:52, so that would have checked out. A glass of wine in the middle of the afternoon while going back and forth doesn't make a lot of sense. It wasn't her normal behavior. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't think Michelle expected anyone to take notice of 3 fires. Yeah. Plus, they didn't find any evidence in the fire because by the time they had video evidence of it, it was too late to get evidence. Yeah, I mean, it was, what, June 2nd or something when they were able to search the house. So by then, you know, they had plenty of time to get rid of everything, clean the fireplace out. More than enough time. Okay, what else? So she said she took an Uber to Boston to leave town, and she texted Michelle complaining about her Uber driver stopping to do something with the car. And then at the airport and customs, they texted again. But she didn't really say what time that was. They asked if did she say she was on Albany Avenue? She said no. She left for London that night. She didn't talk to her again until Monday. She said that Monday she was worried. Michelle was worried because Jennifer disappeared. Okay, so she says that Michelle was worried that Jennifer disappeared, and that's the first person who said that. Well, no, not the first person for her. She said Fotis was worried too. And that's the first person who said that Fotis was worried, which I think is interesting. Let's see. Wasn't any of this on the alibi script? No. None of the stuff that was... She left a lot off the alibi script. Have you stopped covering Karen Reed? Lots happening. Nope, I sure haven't. We watched the hearing this week. I am still covering it. Glass of wine isn't even in evidence, so it's pointless. Yeah, I mean, I think her friend was just trying to explain away the things that the jury would have found suspicious. Let's see. Jay Thomas has become a member. Why didn't they burn Jennifer's clothes? You know, that's something I've thought about. Because the bra and the shirt were in the bags, but not the pants or anything like that. So I think that's interesting. Maybe they burned that, but also You know, I know that there were some bags that had already been picked up from those trash cans by the time they got the footage and saw that they were there. So there may be bags that they were unable to recover from the dump when they went to go do the search. There may have been things they weren't able to recover. I'm not sure, but I've thought about that. She showed no concern in the police interviews for Jennifer. Yeah, and you know, and she said multiple times that Fotis was the one that had to tell her, you know, everything's fine, everything's gonna be okay, and that's what she told police. And then Pichu said that Fotis was worried. Pichu was the only witness, including all Michelle's interviews. Pichu is the only witness that has said that Fotis was worried. Let's see. Worried of getting caught short. Yeah, maybe. What was the whole deal with Michelle texting that she was naked? I don't know. I still think that's weird. I still think that's really weird. You know, that was, I think I put it in the timeline and it ended up being, that came like right after, I think when she had gone home and made one of the fires and then turned around and came right back to the workhouse. It was around that same time. And so I think it was like as she was leaving, like just a few minutes after she had like we'd seen a fire and then she was leaving the house and said she was naked. I think that's really weird. The fires were not on the script. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. I appreciate it. I finished my next week is my last treatment, so I hope to get back on the podcast hopefully after next week. Oh, so close to being done. Police said it was dripping when they pulled it out. They said what was dripping? Sorry, I missed it. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to look up stuff for y'all and read my notes and read chat, and people message me constantly on all different platforms. So I'm constantly getting notifications of emails and DMs on Twitter and DMs on Instagram and DMs on Facebook and all these. So I try to keep up, but it's like sensory overload. When is Brian's hearing coming? What did we say a little while ago? 2 o'clock, I think, my time. If you're going to burn clothes, etc., in a fireplace, it will have a smell, and I'm sure it would be in the air. Things other than wood in a fireplace stink when you burn it. Both the making love against the car and texting that, they were both insane. Yeah, it's classless. The missing clothing may have been in another one of the bags that wasn't, like if they missed some in the dump, you know? I've thought about that. I'm wondering why would you put a fire in the fireplace when you're coming and going? Burning evidence. And that would be the first thing you think. The clothes, the plastic raincoat thingy. Yeah, the poncho or whatever they called it. And you aren't able to take your ADD meds. Yeah, that part's hard. It is really. My ADD is so bad, so bad, and not being able to take my ADD medication and trying to keep up with everything. Although it is so hard. It's so hard. And then I always end up getting messages like, because people DM me all day and I can't look at everything because I'm trying to focus. And then I've had a couple people message me mad because I didn't read their DMs. Like, if y'all had any idea how how hard it is to do everything at once. I agree. I thought the naked comment was code about Jennifer being naked or her clothes being discarded or something along that vein. Yeah, you know, that's kind of that's something that I think was talked about in chat before too. Like that would be code for like the clothes being gone or something. I don't know. There's something to that. She's not just going to text a group text and say, "Now I'm naked," when we know she was in the car. So that's something. Knitting addicts, I think they burned the 11 rolls of paper towels. I think the paper towels were burned too. I think that a lot of that stuff was burned because that stuff burns easier than clothes and won't leave remnants necessarily. Like, you can burn paper towel and you're going to have just ashes. If you burn clothes, it's not necessarily going to be ashes. There could be like remnants of stuff. So I thought about that too, like the paper towels being what they were burning. That could definitely be a possibility. Not they, she. Let's see. Smoke signals, yeah. Plastic and clothes could leave parts of evidence in the fireplace. Paper. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's exactly what I was thinking. I have extremely loud coworkers and it's a huge detriment with ADHD. It makes me want to completely dissociate. Yeah, like I get it. It is hard. When everything's coming too much, I start getting anxiety. But we'll get there. We'll get there. It's hard to complete tasks even with it. That's true. That's true. I still struggle anyway. But it's like 10 times worse when I don't get to take my medicine. Where do you think Fotis put Jennifer's remains? You know, that's a good question. I wish I knew. They've talked about riding those trails where the power lines are, but they took dogs out there and stuff. They've done searches in the dumps. I think it has to be somewhere in water. That's the only thing I can think of. Denise, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, first execution in Idaho since 2012, unsuccessful. What? Unsuccessful. Medical staff couldn't find a vein. Thomas Creech is his name. That's crazy. What? I had not heard that. That is crazy. Wow. Yikes. That's wild. It's just me. I feel like she said now she's naked, meaning free of the evidence. That's a possibility too. It's definitely code for something. Definitely code for something. Some magazines smell when burning them. Yeah, some of them. I used to have bonfires out back and would burn all kinds of stuff and like burn brush and stuff and anything like paper kind of stuff, you know, I would like cardboard, stuff like that. I would take out there. And the magazines smelled weird. I think it's the chemicals they have to use to make them. Like that waxy kind of paper isn't like just regular paper. Let's see. So I just looked it up. The lye will liquefy a naked body in 3 hours, but it's not so good at zippers, buttons, and clothing. See, this is another thing that I have thought too, because the shallow grave that was associated with Kent. Remember when they went back, like this is right before all of this happened, when they went back right before the murders and looked at it, the tarp and the bags of lime were gone. And that makes me wonder if that's what happened. Because, I mean, if they already had 2 unopened bags of lime in there, I mean, it makes sense. Could not burn any plastics due to the strong toxic smell. Yeah. Fear is a liar. Welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome. 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 They said the naked WhatsApp message was a group message, right? Yeah, it was a group message. And I don't know who else was in it, but I'm wondering if it was Fotis and Kent. Kent's trial is going to be real interesting. I want to hear what all they have against him. I know what they have, like as far as the shallow grave and stuff like that, but in the bags of lime. Can you explain a little bit about Kent and his charges? So we went over his arrest warrant the other day, or was it arrest warrant or probable cause? It was arrest warrant, I think. And the probable cause that they had against him. So he had I feel sure they'll stream it. I feel sure they'll stream it. The local news will, even if Law and Crime doesn't. The local news will. I'll be streaming it for sure, as long as there's a trial. Unless he takes a plea, but I think if he was going to take a plea, they would have given him. He would have taken a plea to testify against Michelle, and he didn't do that. So, so I don't know if he'll take a plea or not, but I assume he'll maybe try to go to trial. And maybe it depends on if he sees, maybe they won't even offer him one after this. I'm not sure. He had, so here's what they have on him. The shallow grave thing was one of the things that was they made a point of mentioning in the arrest warrant, because there were a couple guys on this hunting ground. Now, he had helped, found this, he was one of the ones who was responsible for this hunting place to be founded and started and all of this, to help them get the land and find all that stuff. So it was you had paid memberships for this place, and you could pay, and as long as you were a member, then you had a key, to get in, and you can go hunt during hunting season and stuff like that. So he helped found it, but he had not been a member in years. So he had called one day, called somebody at the hunting club one day, and it was not long before the murders. And I mean, I think it was, what did we say, April or something, maybe. Don't quote me on that for sure, but it wasn't long before the murders. Or maybe it was even early May. But he went to, or he called them, and he said, hey, think about renewing my membership or whatever. Like, how do you get onto the property? So they told him where a hidden key was so that he could get in the gate to get in the property. Well, then they never heard from him again. He never renewed his membership. They never heard from him again, but he knew where the spare key was to get into the gate. So these two hunters are out there and they see a hole that is dug, and they said it's basically like a shallow grave. It's like just big enough for a person to, like a person's body, and said that there was a tarp in there and 2 bags of lime. And they said that they saw it and were like, okay, well, this is really weird. What was the lime for? And the other guy said, for destroying a body. So they said that they knew, 100% that it was a shallow grave and that's what it was for. So they didn't know of any like missing people or anything at that time. And, Jennifer wasn't missing yet at that point. But it was not too long after that when they went back to go look for it, and the 2 bags of lime and the tarp were gone. The day that they went back was just a few days before, like a few days, maybe a week before Jennifer's disappearance. So they went back and the tarp and the 2 bags of lime were gone, and they said that there were bags of lime are gone and all that. So they go back to look for it again, to look for the shallow grave. So they go back and it's completely gone. It's covered up. It's filled in. How am I gone? I'm gone. It says I'm still alive. Do you see me? Do you see me? I don't know where I went. Okay, you can see me now. So weird. I don't know when I cut out or what you heard, but they went back and they went to this grave and it was gone. It had been completely filled in. Oh, I'm getting notifications from YouTube. Saying YouTube is messing up. Why is YouTube messing up? YouTube be YouTubing. Let's see. No idea why. It's been messing up so much lately. Like, so much worse than it always is. It's always bad, but man, it's been so much worse lately. And I don't know why. Let's see. Because there's nothing on my settings. Everything on my settings is good. It's always YouTube. Jackie D. Happy 7 months. Happy 7 months. Hey, love living here. 7 months were the best. Yes. Happy 7 months. We just lost a ton of people again. This is the second time. The first time we went from 740 people down to 550. It kicked everybody out at once. And then this time we went from like 730 to 570 something. It keeps kicking everybody out. Yeah, the bags and stuff are gone. Let me give everybody, it kicked everybody out again. Let me give everybody a second to get back in. I'm a software developer. The glitches are not you. YouTube is updating features. Yeah, that's why it's so weird. It's like, it's been doing all of this. I mean, YouTube's had problems for months, but it's been so bad lately. So bad. It'll just kick out, 75 to 300 people just randomly. Send them other places. Drives me nuts. I have that all in my analytics. That's what I was just looking at to see how many people got kicked out this time. Third time you were kicked out. It's crazy. It's annoying. They should do updates late at night. I agree. Leave us alone during the day. It just kicked out a bunch of people again. Yeah, it just kicked out people again. People are starting to come back, and then it just kicked out like another 80 people again. So weird. I know, I need to get my damn it doll. Lady in Gray, thank you for the super chat. Lye will destroy a body. Lime reduces smell, but actually slows decomposition. G talked about this in the AM trial. I wonder what they planned on, what their plan was. If they were trying to prevent the smell, or if they were thinking it would do decomposition of the body. Oh, Adam Montgomery. Have you considered Rumble? I don't know. My kid was just telling me yesterday, he's told me I should have a Twitch. Is that what it's called? I need a damn it doll and a screaming goat for myself. I know, right? I wish I could find who did a great video on that because it was fantastic. I suspected more if you used it too. It's not that, it's YouTube. It's YouTube doing changes. So, which is what really sucks because I can't do anything about it. I mean, I lost 200 people all at once earlier, and then this time we went from almost 750 people to 489 people. What does RA use? What does RA use for what? For what? Yeah, I know. It keeps doing that. Like, I can see the analytics. It's done it a couple times now. I mean, almost 300 the last time. YouTube sent me to a gross out earwax removal channel. That's funny. I think it's the app that they're working on too, because I know that the people who are watching on their browser are not getting kicked off as much. For his streams, he uses OBS too. That's what I'm saying. It's not me. There's nothing I can do about it. This is a YouTube thing, so there's nothing I can do about it. And it's happening to a bunch of different streamers. Like this has been happening. There's just nothing I can do about it until they finish doing whatever they're doing. There's nothing I can do about it. Nurse for God member for 9 whole months. Happy anniversary. I still love it here with Brandi mods in chat. I love having you here. I love having you here. Welcome, welcome. 9 months. It goes by fast, y'all. Bridget Thompson says, I've never been kicked off. Do you watch in a browser or in like TV, or do you have the app? I'm curious. Because most people that watch on the browser, it's most people that get kicked off or getting kicked off from the app, because I think that's what they're updating. But there's nothing I can do about it. YouTube be YouTubing. We're still missing like a ton of the people that we lost, but the Kent thing, when they realized that there was see, you're on your computer. See, that's why you've never been kicked off. I hear a lot of people who say that they never get kicked off when they are watching on computer or TV, but they get kicked off when they're using like the app on their phone and stuff like that. So the Kent thing, when the hunters realized that there was a connection with Kent and the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, they reported it to police. And then police went out there and checked with dogs and stuff and, you know, looked everywhere. When they went back after they realized that he was connected to the Jennifer Dulos thing, the grave had been completely covered up, like completely filled in, and, you know, stuff kicked on top of it to hide it and all that. So I'm curious to see what all comes in against him. And he said, just so happened that the day after Jennifer's disappearance, he said he fell down some stairs and cracked his phone, and the screen was cracked, so he had to get a new phone. So then they couldn't even do his phone. They couldn't even do like a forensics download on his phone, which is obviously convenient. They were able to get some stuff from their warrants that they got for the phone company and stuff like that. But there's a lot of information that they couldn't get because all of a sudden the day after Jennifer's disappearance, he had to get a new phone. All right. I wasn't getting kicked out, but it almost like kept looping and wouldn't let me rewind past a minute. That's what it did the other day too. I thought I lost my whole first like 3 hours of the stream, and it finally came back after it finished processing. But I don't know. YouTubes. YouTube doesn't mess with serious felons. Good thing. Kent knows. Kent definitely knows. He definitely knows. I would like to know where he was after he left the house that morning, and I would like to know why he met up with Fotis the night before. But I guess this is stuff that will come out in his trial, maybe, hopefully. Hi. You coming to lay back down? Good girl. Lucy's back. Lucy's back. All right, let's see. Do you think Kent has anything to do with the box with the hoodie that Shoehorn ends up with later? Maybe. It's hard because there's a lot of stuff that we still don't know about him, which is frustrating. Do you think there will be a verdict today? Do you think there will be a verdict today? Let's do a poll. Tomorrow, Thursday. All right. Oh, it does look like she has bunny ears, the way she's laying. Is Kent still protected by attorney-client privilege? By attorney-client... He was not Fotis' attorney. So, he's not protected by anything. I don't think there's a date set for his yet. I looked not too long ago, but I don't think there was a date set for his yet. What are your top 3 reasons you would vote guilty? Nancy D, thank you for the super chat. I hope Connecticut courts let more trials be streamed, as this is the first one. I think that all places should allow for trials to be streamed. I think that it keeps everything in the open and makes it harder to get away with stuff. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to watch his. Definitely going to watch his. All right, let me see. Let me see. Coburger, is it, what did I say, 2 my time or 3 my time? I think 3 my time. Yeah, 3 my time. So we've still got about an hour and a half before him. Let me see if... We'll be watching it. All right, let me see. Yeah, 4 p.m. Eastern is 3 for me. I'm Central Time Zone. Let's see. They took lunch. Okay. Let me fix. All right. Our clock. Is this the one? Yep. $17, $23, $20. Four hours and 33 minutes is what we're at now. 4 hours and 33 minutes. Let's see. Copied. I'm fixing our clock because we're going to keep it updated to their time. To the actual. Okay, there we go. So that should be updated. All right, making sure that we're updated on them. All right, so let me pull. I've got our where is it? I saved the two, here we go. The hearings for Lori Vallow and for Chad Daybell for us to watch. So I'm going to put on one of those because I'm real tired of talking. Nurse for God, thank you for the super chat. Do we know if Thami will ever be sentenced in Nevada? Oh my gosh, he is a nightmare. Oh, he's a nightmare. Gosh, he's a nightmare. Oops, don't stop hitting buttons, Brandi. Dang it. I just messed everything up. He is expected back in court. They changed his sentencing date. He's expected. Oops. He's expected back in court. Why is that on here? There we go. He had a private hearing that we weren't allowed to watch. He's trying to fire his attorneys again, is what he's doing, because Lord knows he does that with everybody, right? So he's trying to fire his attorneys again. And he had a hearing the other day. What's that? Gosh, everything's running together. Yesterday or the day before. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. Everything's running together. But he had a hearing, so he's they've set more dates. He's trying to get his attorneys fired. He's trying to have, like, he wrote his own, like, handwritten notes for the judge. He apparently has a whole lot to say. He's a mess. I'm ready for them to just sentence him. He still thinks he's going home. Dean was there. Here we go. Next thing is a written decision from the judge on firing his attorneys. No new hearing or sentencing date yet. I tell you what, the judge has more patience with him than I think I could. Honestly. I don't know that I could have she's got more than I do. All right, let me see. If I were her, I'd like start throwing things at him when he got up. Like just throwing like staplers and gavels. That's probably why I'm not a judge. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can do it this way. Let me move this. Move this. Move this. All right. Let's see if this works. All right, this is the Chad Daybell hearing that was.
Has listed out other deadlines coming up, and I've discussed that with counsel. In general terms, then, noting the dates of the trial, There were a few matters the court wanted to raise, and then I'll get to counsel specifically with any questions or concerns you have about trial. Let me go back to this questionnaire then. The court does intend to and will be distributing a jury questionnaire to start the voir dire process before we begin evidence in the trial. The questionnaire has been now approved in its contents by counsel based on our hearing yesterday. The only remaining alterations will be the completion of the witness list that would be included in the questionnaire, and I will have a final version to be approved by counsel before it's printed off and distributed to potential jurors in Ada County. So knowing that we'll still have that final last look with the witness list completed with that. And is it you, Ms. Blake, today for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any other questions or concerns on the questionnaire other than what we discussed yesterday and what I mentioned here this morning?
No, Your Honor, the state has no other concerns.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. On behalf of Mr. Daybell, anything further to add on that questionnaire?
No, Judge, and as I previously noted to the court, my list of witnesses was provided to your staff, I believe, on either Friday or Saturday evening. So I think I've complied with the court's directive regarding this disclosure of witnesses.
All right. Thank you, counsel. The next topic I guess I'll bring up then is it does relate to witnesses at trial. The court's entered an order that the trial will be live streamed on the court's channel. The concern that I have there and would need counsel to instruct carefully any witnesses, there will be an order for exclusion of witnesses, I presume,
So it will be streamed.
entered in this case, and that relates to witnesses not observing testimony before they testify. I guess 2 points to bring up there. Number one, if there are victims attending the trial, we had this issue come up and made some decisions on that in the prior case where Lori Vallow's trial went through, and who was permitted to remain in court under the victim statute if they were in fact a witness and who was not. So if counsel could just keep that in mind. And then secondly, with it being live streamed, certainly that gives anyone an opportunity to be observing and watching the trial before they testify. And so the court is going to be requiring a witness to testify under oath that they've not been observing trial proceedings before they testify. Otherwise, if I find they violated the exclusionary order, then they may not be permitted to testify. So, Ms. Blake, then on behalf of the state, if you would just keep that in mind in terms of who's going to be in attending trial that may be a victim and witness, in addition to making sure you instruct any potential witnesses that they're not permitted to observe the proceedings on the live stream or in any other way before their testimony, then we'll try to avoid that situation coming up at trial.
Your Honor, I think we're finalizing any list of people that intend to attend the trial in person. In anticipation of an exclusionary rule, the state has sent out a letter with our subpoenas, which we always send out. We did add a section regarding the exclusionary rule, advising the witnesses that we believed it would be this court's intention to put that into place, that they would be questioned about it, and that they should not be watching or observing any trial unless otherwise permitted by the court, so such as the victims.
All right. Thanks for the representation there, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, any concerns or questions on, and at this point, I guess it is just my intention to have an exclusionary order entered. I'll ask if there is going to be any objection to that. Mr. Pryor, do you agree that would be appropriate to enter in the case?
Judge, I think that is appropriate, and I anticipated the court was going to do that based on the Vallow trial. I included actually in my actual subpoenas, Judge, language that directed every witness that has been subpoenaed not to discuss or review the case and look at the trial. It's included as a part of the subpoena that was issued. So if the court looks at some of the subpoenas I'd issued, you will note that there's a section on every one of my subpoenas that talks about the fact that they are not to observe the trial proceedings under any circumstances. So the law enforcement officers, all of those folks have been directed to do that. My only concern, Judge, is that many of my witnesses are going to be witnesses that need to be subpoenaed and aren't necessarily would show up voluntarily. So I'm concerned that they may use that as a mechanism to get out of testifying. But if that's the case, we can discuss that during the trial if I think that has occurred. But, other than that, Judge, I agree with your exclusionary rule, and I think it's fair to invoke that. In terms of, I understand the state's going to have some victims there. Previously, Judge, the court allowed me a couple of seats for the Vallow trial. I would like the same opportunity to have 2 to 3 seats, if possible. I have, I believe on my list, 7 expert witnesses, Judge. And my expert witnesses are obviously not covered by the exclusionary rule. They're allowed to view the proceedings as experts. And at various stages of the trial, I'm going to need these experts to have an opportunity to be able to sit there and view some of the proceedings. So I'm not particularly comfortable with live streaming or letting them view that live stream. I don't have a lot of trust in what's going on there. No offense to the IT people, but I'm going to need some seats for those folks to be present during the trial. So.
Okay, well, I'll certainly be able to accommodate some designated seating for approved personnel that might be assisting in the defense of the case. We can discuss that before, once we get started with jury selection process, we'll take a look at the courtroom and designate some particular seats, and that would apply also for the state to have some designated seating for certain individuals that are approved and not subject to the exclusionary rule. Ms. Blake, then just going back on that, does the state have any objection if the court just enters a written exclusionary order prior to commencing trial?
Judge, I think as a general rule, the state does not. I think sometimes a concern comes up that if witnesses are not inclined to testify, they may intentionally review or view some testimony as a mechanism to try to avoid testifying. Only for that reason, I don't know if the court believes that it would be appropriate to do some kind of an admonishment at the outset in addition to the written order, just advising something along those lines. We don't want to run into that situation for the state or the defense witnesses.
I concur, Judge. That's my only concern, is that the state's aware of my witnesses, and some of those folks may try to do that. And if that's the case, we're going to have an individual hearing. I hate to think that people would do that, but if that happens, the state, that they may have people who try to do that as well for the defense. So exclusionary rule is fine, Judge, but maybe leave the opportunity to address individual witnesses if we find their behavior may not be entirely pure.
Understood. And it's an interesting concern, but I think it can be resolved on a witness by witness basis if it comes up. The exclusion, of course, is discretionary. If the court finds there's a violation, it's not an automatic sanction or really even governed by any rules. So if I were to determine someone had tried to intentionally avoid testifying, they can still be compelled to testify, brought in under subpoena and required to testify. It would just be a question of whether or not that's influenced their testimony in any way, but certainly does not automatically preclude them being required to testify. And I would likely compel someone to testify if, in fact, I thought they were trying to use that as a shield against being required to testify. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but I would instruct counsel to, of course, advise anyone that you do intend to call, if you have an opportunity to talk to them, that that's probably a strategy that would not be effective if they thought it was going to be. All right, so what I'll likely do then is just, so I have it in the file and everyone's aware, we'll get an order issued sometime before trial starts that will provide for the exclusion of witnesses. The other matter I wanted to bring up before we went on to some more nuts and bolts of the trial proceedings, there was a motion that had been filed, not set for hearing or determined. The defense filed a motion on January 30 to extend time for expert disclosures. I did briefly address that yesterday. I understand, Mr. Pryor, that based on the state's response and further proceedings, you're withdrawing that motion and do not intend to get a ruling on that. Is that correct?
It is correct, Judge. At this time, we're withdrawing that motion. It was more of a protective mechanism based on some information that the state disclosed to me, some evidence. They did that within the time addressed by the court and permitted by the court. There was no issue. I was just, I had some concerns. Those have been alleviated in discussions with the state, so we're prepared to go forward.
All right, then the court will not schedule any hearing or make a determination on that January 30th motion, and the court will deem it withdrawn at this time. The final procedural issue I wanted to bring up was the filing of an amended indictment, which the state filed 2 days ago. Mr. Pryor, were you aware that an amended indictment was filed in the case?
Yes, Judge.
All right. On that amended indictment, given the timing, I guess I want to make an inquiry as to whether or not the defense intends to raise any challenge to the amendment on the indictment, and if so, we'd probably need to look at scheduling a hearing on that.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's fine. So the court would note that amendments of indictments are allowed at this stage of the proceedings. So I guess I'm wondering if you intend any challenge to the amended indictment or whether or not there won't be a challenge. So just for scheduling purposes, if we need to have any hearing on that issue before trial.
And Judge, I think if the court recalls, the state filed a motion to amend the indictment. What they didn't do is, and I was aware of this, I've had a number of discussions with the prosecutor, they just didn't get the amended indictment based on the court's ruling finalized. This is the final draft. I believe it's consistent with what the court ruled. So at this point, I won't be filing any objection to the amended indictment, nor will I be challenging it in any form at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure. So to be clear then, the court will be proceeding through trial with advising the jurors under charges as listed in the amended indictment filed on February 20th of 2024. And the court will note at this hearing that the defense raises no challenge to the amended indictment. And also, as you've stated, Mr. Pryor, there was previously a hearing and a ruling on that. And the court finds also the amended indictment comports with the court's previous ruling. So that will be the governing document as we go forward. With that, then, I guess going towards trial itself, this would be the time if either side has any questions or concerns that we haven't addressed or that are appropriately addressed on the record here in terms of trial length or any of the policies the court will be employing at trial, beginning with the state, Ms. Blake. And I guess one thing I would ask, if you have any estimates on where you think things stand in terms of the trial length, I'd like any input on that. We've scheduled it through the end of May. What are your thoughts on that, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, I believe that is still an appropriate end time to put for the trial. I think the parties are committed to seeing if we can move things along. Some of it will depend on how long jury selection takes. I think we'll have a better idea. But I still anticipate right now the trial running through the end of May for scheduling purposes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you'd like to bring up other than advising the court if, in fact, the state's ready to proceed on those dates?
Just two things briefly, Your Honor. Just regarding the amended indictment so that all parties are clear as well. The state had emailed out a copy. In that copy, we'd italicized some things to make it very easy for everyone to follow along what the state was requesting be modified. All we did was took that and unitalicized those and then filed it in once we realized that we'd failed to get it actually filed. So just so the record's clear on that as well, that's where that amended indictment came from. So all parties had a copy previously. Outside of that, the only other thing that I can think of right now for the state is we will have a few additional motions, specifically some motions in limine right now that we would intend to file. We're hoping to have those filed next week. I don't know if the court would want to set a hearing date now or if we want to set a hearing date once they're filed, but just so the court is aware, we will have a few additional motions being filed.
Okay, I'd prefer to probably see the motions and figure out in my calendar where that fits in. And then the other issue, I'm sure, for Mr. Pryor's convenience is whether or not those would be required to be in person or remote hearings if they're going to take place between now and the start of trial. So once those are filed, we'll contact counsel for scheduling hearing if we want to do that before we start trial. All right, from the defense then, Mr. Pryor, your thoughts on the time we've got set aside for this trial and any other issues you think need to be addressed today?
Judge, I think it's an appropriate amount of time. My only concern is that the court's well aware I have a significant number of witnesses. There is going to be some overlap, and I've told the state some of those witnesses I'm just not going to call. It depends on how the case for the state proceeds. But one of my concerns is I have 7 experts. I'm preparing them to come in and paying for them with their plane and hotel and all of that stuff. And these are busy folks, and I've blocked out some time, and I've started that based on discussions with the state around the second week of May is what I'm anticipating, the 15th or so of May. My concern is that if the state's not done yet, that could delay things and cause this thing to go beyond the end of May. The other issue is that if the state's case ends early, I'm going to be scrambling to bring witnesses in to cover the time when the state finishes. So is that a concern of mine? It's a significant concern because these are not cheap experts. And if I have to fly them in a couple of times, and one of the things the state and I discussed is that when they call various witnesses and there's a lot of duplication, that we be given each some leeway in terms of our examination so that we don't have to recall a number of the police officers that are being subpoenaed at the present moment and that are subpoenaed, so that we can maybe move this thing along a little more expeditiously. So I don't know if the state wants to discuss that now, but Judge, there is a lot of duplication. A great number of my witnesses are already witnesses that were called during the Vallow trial, and I anticipate them being called. And one of the concerns is I'm not going to release them from their subpoenas, but I don't know how the court would rule on maybe giving a more expansive direct and cross-examination to allow this to proceed a little more expeditiously.
All right, well, at this point, I wouldn't make any ruling. We just have to see how that plays out in terms of presentation of evidence. But in general terms, I do try to, for efficiency and also just to move things along and not inconvenience witnesses. I don't usually like the practice of putting witnesses on the stand and then having them come back later and being recalled. I think once they're there to testify, if there's a way to get all their testimony out while they're there on the stand, that's my preference. So in terms of latitude of who's doing direct or cross, I think we can work with that as the witness is testifying. And sometimes there is a reason why witnesses come back later, and so it's not a foregone conclusion. But with your concerns there on timing, I guess, Mr. Pryor, you just have to try to make your best estimate of when things are going to be happening based on what you think the state's going to be doing. And it appears the parties are working together, but obviously I'd ask the parties to coordinate as much as possible for timing purposes. And I know the state probably has the same concerns with when people are lined up to testify. And the thing we want to avoid, obviously, is some big delay where there aren't witnesses ready. So to keep the trial moving. All right, well, counsel, Mr. Pryor, do you have any other concerns before we conclude today then?
No other concerns, Judge. I will note that there was some discussion at the status yesterday, Judge, about a stipulation regarding a significant number of exhibits that both sides are going to stipulate to and agree that they can be entered as part of the record. And the state provided me a list of that late last night. I'll get that back to them hopefully tonight or tomorrow, and that'll help in the planning of this, because we do have a significant list of items that we're going to just allow in to state and I have been working very closely in trying to get that taken care of as well.
All right, I'll note that I am going to be in the short future here making a trip over to Boise for planning purposes. And one of the things I'll do there is confirm We had some clerks that were cross-deputized in Ada County at the last trial. I'm not certain who is going to be assisting with clerk duties there this time and whether or not they are still cross-deputized or not. But the point of that would be if you have exhibits in lieu of bringing them over here and having them transported back to Ada County, if we have a cross-deputized clerk there that can take custody of those exhibits before trial, they could just go directly to the Ada County Courthouse.
And Judge, could I have some time frame as to when you want that done? I would assume probably the latter part of March.
Just probably really any time before trial, or even as we're starting with the jury selection is going to take a while. So even during the jury selection time, I think we could work on getting exhibits in and submitted into the record.
And I'm aware the court has an order that allows us to disclose all of our exhibits and our witnesses by the 10th of March. And I assume that I can do that by email to your clerk and counsel, and they can do the same. Is that correct, Judge?
Yeah, that will be an acceptable way to comply with that part of the scheduling order. All right, Ms. Blake, then anything further from the state this morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, Judge, that's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, that'll conclude the pretrial conference then. The court will keep in contact with you in regards to the jury selection process and timing of that. We'll get a proposed schedule out. And for those motions in limine, if you could get those filed.
I wish I could hear what they were saying while you're laughing.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call it a day then on this pretrial conference. Thanks for your attendance, everyone, and we'll be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, let me get the other one up. I have Lori Vallow saved from last week and ready. Ugh, the storm. The storm! So gross. So gross. All right. Here we go. Get to where they come in. It's weird too, hearing their voices and seeing this stuff. Because remember, the very first trial that I streamed was Lori Vallow, and there was no video; it was only audio. So hearing their voices again and seeing their faces is weird. All right, let me unpin this one. Pin message. Oh, here she is. Comes prancing in like a prom queen. Let me move this. She done curled her hair with a toilet paper roll and everything.
All right, we're going to go on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Vallow, CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242.
Attorney Kay, on behalf of the state, for the record, the next of kin and victim are appearing virtually.
Good morning, Keith Terry and Denise Suki on behalf of Ms. Nallo, who's present and appearing in custody.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you tell me your name and date of birth? All right, this is the time set for a complex case scheduling conference. I've received the complex case joint case management report that indicates discovery is ongoing and a large amount of
We can barely hear him.
about to be disclosed to approximately
Dang it.
2,000 pages of discovery. I imagine that's going to take some time for the defense to get through. Mr. Terry, do you have any specific discovery issues that you need to bring to my attention today?
Judge, we have yet to receive the bulk of the discovery that's listed in there, so we don't know whether we have issues at this time. So it's going, as your Honor said, it's going to take some time to get through all the discovery. We have yet to receive, I guess, 20 terabytes of discovery, so we will make the court aware if there are any issues.
All right. My intention today was to set another complex case management conference in approximately 60 days. Prior to doing that, though, is there anything from the state that we need to discuss?
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Judge, given that we're going to be going through discovery for the next foreseeable months, and we would ask if we could waive Ms. Nallo's presence at the next CCMC.
State position on it?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll waive your appearance for the next complex case management conference. We're going to set that for April 24 at 8:30 a.m. We'll note that her presence is waived and not to be transported. At that time, we'll talk about where you're at in going through all that discovery. I imagine your trial date may not be realistic based on the amount of discovery, but we'll discuss it at that time.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be at recess at that matter. Thank you.
So April 24th. They're doing a hearing. Look at her grinning like.
All right.
Ugh. It's like she's trying to, dang, like make sure she's being seen in the camera. She grosses me out. She grosses me out. So that's all we missed on those. I wanted to, oops, don't hit buttons, Brandi, stop hitting buttons. I wanted to watch those though because we didn't get to watch them last week. Okay, let me get our stuff pulled back up. There we go. Look at us go. Look at us go. It was creepy eye contact, wasn't it? She's so creepy. She's like, I'm not a fan anyway. But then when she does like her, like she walks in like she's like, you know, prom queen. It's annoying. Yeah, she makes sure to like like lean enough to smile and make eye contact and stuff. I don't know, it's weird. I don't like it. I don't like her face, period. Yeah, me neither. Not a fan. Not a fan. We have about 45 minutes till the Coburger hearing starts. There's 43 minutes till it starts. And she still thinks she's a goddess. Ugh. I know. Not a fan. Just had notifications that 3 creators I'm subscribed to have gone live for the Coburger hearing. Well, they're going to be doing the same thing we're doing here because it doesn't start for 43 minutes. Someone might have called her goddess in her prison cell. She's the goddess of cell block D. It's on now. It shows me it's not. It shows me 43 minutes. I'm lying, it was a 30-minute live notification. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Do they do the 30-minute notifications? Do y'all get those for me? I didn't know they did that. A lot of people haven't been getting our notifications. Did you catch the other lawyer giving her up and down look of disgust? I would be too. Blech. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. I didn't know it sent out 30-minute notifications. That's kind of cool. I don't think I get them, but I turn my notifications off because I have so many notifications. It's overload. And people wonder why I don't see some of their messages and stuff. It's because I get too many messages and too many. It's overwhelming. So I can't. I have to turn off my notifications because it's too much. So then I'll just go through and check sometimes to see what's come in. So that might be why I never knew we got 30-minute notifications, because I have YouTube notifications turned off. Oh, you got 30-minute notifications. See, that's cool. I didn't know that they did it. Learn something new every day. Learn something new every day. The Coburger hearing, they're supposed to, we might actually get a trial date set today. And they're going to talk about the, a deadline for the motions before trial, to give them different deadlines for whatever motions they're going to file. And they're going to talk about the request to change venue. So that's what I know of that's on the agenda today. Look at this girl. How funny is she? Look at her little belly breathing. Look at her eyes, like, it looks like her eyes are rolling back in her head. And then she kind of blinks them. She's blinking.
You are so pretty. Give me that belly.
Isn't she the cutest? I love her. I love her. A trial date for BK would be very exciting. Yes. Lucy. She looks broke. She lays in the weirdest positions. Yeah, the whole world knows. I mean, change of venue, I don't know. I don't know that it would do much good, but, you know, he wants to. Do you think the judge will give him a change of venue? I don't know. She's staring at, she knows y'all are looking at, look at that. Like, how do you even lay like that? She's a funny little pup. She's so dang cute. She is so dang cute. All right, let me pull up. I had something else I wanted to look at. Got her rolling around. I love this little baby. You're gonna fall out of your bed. That's what I thought. You're gonna fall out of your bed. Let's see. Where is it?
New details now.
Ooh, so loud. So loud. Oh, Lucy's gone. She's like, y'all are making fun of me. Y'all are bothering me. What is it? What is it? Oh, she's staring at me. I think she needs to go out. Oh, here, this is what I wanted to play.
61 has obtained.
Gosh, that's so loud. I had to boost it for the court volume, and then this came on. Okay, I wanted to watch this.
Voicemails that Mawini's wife's attorney says were the start of a suspicious plot to get her to Fotis Dulos' home. We are choosing to protect the identity.
Okay, so remember I said Kent Mulvaney's wife believed that she told police that she believed that Fotis and Kent were planning to lure her there and kill her. This is about that.
Identity of Mawini's wife in the following messages.
Hi, this is Fotis Dulos from Full Group. I just wanted to reach out to you when you get a chance. My number is. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Voicemails left for Kent Mawini's estranged wife on May 16th.
Hi, it's Fotis Dulos. Hope you're doing well. It's Sunday morning, mid-morning, and I'm just trying to touch base with you to see what the plan is so I can plan my afternoon, evening accordingly. Okay, call me back. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
These messages left just several days before Jennifer Dulos disappeared on May 24th, and just days before Mawini's wife met with Dulos at Max's Oyster Bar in West Hartford. Mawini's wife described the meeting in a sworn affidavit as an attempt by Dulos to reconcile the Mawini-strained marriage. According to his arrest warrant, Mawini and Fotis Dulos were close friends. But Zenas Zelotes, the divorce attorney representing Brandi, Mawini's wife, says she thought it was strange Dulos had a sudden vested interest in her relationship with her husband, feeling uncomfortable that Dulos allegedly kept inviting her back to his Farmington home.
This is not a close, friendly friend. This is not a relative. This is not the type of person who you would expect would, reach out and try to mend a marriage.
Zelotes questioning in an interview with Fox 61 last week whether his client avoided a fate similar to Jennifer Dulos. As on April 15, 2019, video obtained by Fox 61 shows a suspicious man outside Mawini's wife's South Windsor home carrying what she says she thought was a gas can and a crowbar. In a sworn affidavit, Mawini's wife said detectives interviewed a suspect who told them he was asked by Kent Mawini to repair the garage door. No arrests were made. Mawini, like Dulos, was going through a contentious divorce involving a protective order and sexual assault arrest. And according to court documents, Mawini's estranged wife told police she thought he wanted her dead. And Mawini, who was charged with conspiracy to commit murder in this case, is still in custody at the Bridgeport Department of Correction. He's being held on a $2 million bond. In the newsroom, Zania Maldonado, Fox 61 News.
So do you think that Fotis and Kent had a pact to get rid of each other's wives, to get rid of both their wives? Wouldn't that be crazy? She said she thought that Fotis and Kent were trying to lure her there to kill her. And it wouldn't be the craziest thing, given what we've heard. So, why would you need a gas can to repair a garage door? Yeah. I mean, I think it could be possible. Maybe we'll hear more information when, about anything about that, when Kent's trial starts. But I mean, I think it could be possible. They could be, part of the conspiracy could be, her too. Stranger things have happened. They were going to light the house on fire. That's what it sounds like. Yeah. I knew Fotis was trying to reconcile her and Kent's relationship, but I never knew their relationship was so distant. Yeah, I mean, it was bad. It got really bad. I mean, she filed sexual assault charges against him, and I mean, there was a restraining order, and then he violated the restraining order by having Fotis reach out to her. So it's crazy. All right, we have about half an hour until Coburger starts. I'm going to take Lucy out real quick. I know you heard me. She's so excited. I'm going to take Lucy out real quick, and I will be right back. Hello. Oh my gosh. It is so pretty outside. So pretty outside right now. I don't know if I just posted this on Twitter, but I can't remember if we talked about it on here. Anyway, Donna Adelson has a trial date set. September 30th. September 30th is trial date. And I will more than likely be going. Because why not? Why not go? I went to Charlie's. It's only right that I go to his mama's. What a buffoon. Let's see. All right, we got about 8 minutes until Coburger starts. So, good timing. You got the Circle of Doom, and then it went right back to the seal in the courtroom. I wonder what is... Oh my gosh, is YouTube messing up again? I swear. Let me check my stuff. September 30th is my birthday. Well, you know what? You know what you get for your birthday? Donna Adelson trial. YouTube's messing up again. It just kicked off a bunch of people again. I don't know why. It's ridiculous. I don't know, guys. I This is the third time it's kicked off a bunch of people that I see. It's crazy. I have no idea why. I mean, I do know why, but because YouTube is updating their stuff, but it is frustrating. Hopefully it'll stop by the time Coburger starts. You can see too, like some of the changes that they're making, like the way that the chat pops up now is different and stuff like that. So you can see that they're doing all these changes, but it sucks because while they're doing all of these changes, look how red my face is. I'm having some kind of reaction to something. While they're doing all of these changes, it's messing with the stream. It's still telling me it's messed up. I put September 30th on our calendar. Let me close out of this. There we go. Your chat goes away at times. Yeah, everything keeps getting messed up. The whole thing is getting messed up. Did you decide the next trial that you'll be covering? No, I have not decided yet. There's I don't know what's starting soon. Like this week. I would like to start another one while we're on verdict watch, but I went to bed at 5:30 last night, so as soon as I figured out how to get the time clock, verdict clock working, by the time I figured out how to do that, then I ate supper and went to bed. But I'll try to look and see what I can find. Now YouTube's telling me it's fine again. So freaking weird. After it kicks everybody off. It kicks everybody off and then it's like, just kidding. We're fine. Everything's fine. We got about 3 minutes. Manny, Davis, your birthday is Saturday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday a little bit early. It is also the 1-year anniversary of Alec Murdaugh being a convicted felon. Bam! Chunk of Bacon, I'm glad you chat with us. James Crumley is starting. I've had a few people ask me to cover James Crumley. What is that, Tuesday? I've had a few people ask me to do that one. We could start a trial that has already started so we can continue to speed trial. Possibly. I don't even know what else is going on right now other than the Rust trial, which I have no interest in, and I love speed trialing too. I may continue to speed trial a little bit, like on the trials that we do. On some of like the really big ones that I'm like ready for, I might do them live all day, but I might stick to the, even after treatment, stick to starting a little bit later, because it's been really nice. And I was thinking about that the other day. If I didn't have to do treatment in the mornings, that would be so many extra hours that I could do other things. So. I'm watching for it to start. It's just nice to be able to speed trial, to go through the breaks and then to listen at 1.25 when it's boring, and we get more information and less time sitting here. I've kind of gotten spoiled on it. But I'll look and see what else is going on next week. See, that's about what we've been doing on this one, is about 2 hours. We've been starting about 2 hours late most days, and I love it. I see you saying judges live. It still says waiting for me. Look. It still says waiting. Where's the feed up at? It's still showing that it's waiting.
Okay. All right. Sorry for the delay. We are now on the record. This is State versus BRYAN KOHBERGER, CR 29222805. Mr. Coburger is here in the courtroom. He is represented by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Nassif. Mr. Logston is participating through Zoom. The state is represented by Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty. The proceedings, I think they are live streaming through the court's YouTube channel. So please do not attempt to record, film, or transmit during the proceedings. Thank you for that. All right, so we have some motions to address today. And I thought we should first go with the defendant's motion to allow experts and investigators access to view IgG information. If that makes sense. I think also the motion to clarify sealed order for disclosure of IgG and merges into that. So go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Your Honor, reading the state's response, I think the state has no objection.
Hold on. Let me swap feeds.
think the state has no objection to the 3 named experts having access to the sealed IgG materials or the materials subject to protective order. So I think what we're really talking about is our investigative team for Brian's case to have access to the IgG materials. And the state has objected to that. They've objected in part because they are not named in our motion. So I want to address that first. Your Honor, they are not named, and I can name them, that's not a problem. But the reason I didn't is based on consistency. These same investigators have had access to the grand jury materials to assist us in the case. They've had access to other things subject to protective order, and they're not named in those. They have access, there's 3 items subject to other protective order, and that's medical information from hospitals, that's University of Idaho records, and most recently, police procedures. They haven't been required to be named in orders in any of those. And so for consistency, I did the same thing. But we can name them if that is a sticking point. I would note that the members of the FBI that did the analysis are not named in the materials either. Your Honor, the reason why our investigators are important to have access to the IgG materials is because of the kind of case this is and the kind of investigation that we're required to launch in the case. We have to have investigators on a death penalty case, and we have them. These materials or these items in the IgG binder, those are things that we may end up filing motions in court for. In order to prepare for those, we rely on our investigators to help us with side tasks, with big tasks, with all of the tasks. We would need to utilize our experts. If our investigators can't have access to the materials, they'll have to be shut out of those meetings with those experts, and they'll have to be shut out of court proceedings that we might launch related to those materials. Your Honor, to meet our constitutional duties, in Brian's case, his rights to have effective assistance of counsel, to have a full investigation, to have a fair trial, we have to have investigators. Those investigators are on board and have been on board, and they help us understand things that are given to us by the state. They help us find witnesses, they help us find experts, and they're necessary to be part of the conversation of what the IgG materials are and what they mean. This matters in figuring out how Mr. Coburger ends up on the police radar and subject to these proceedings here. I know we've talked about this before, and I still don't have all of those answers. I believe today, with our experts getting access, we're going to make some headway with that, but we also need our investigators to be part of those discussions as well. Again, Your Honor, if their names appearing in a court order is an issue, that we'll do that. We'll do that. That's inconsistent with the other protective orders, but we'll do that. And they'll be subject to the protective order just like we are, and they'll abide by it just like they've done for the other protected materials they've had access to. And while we're on that line, if the court wants me to talk about the clarification, I can do that.
Let's hear from the state first. I mean, I understand the having investigators. I think what we're talking about, though, is just with the IgG, that we have to be especially careful about, who's going to have the access, what they're going to do with it. I think I agree. It's clear that the state has no objection to the 3 experts that you've named. So I don't think that's a problem. But let me go to Ms. Jennings. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor. And Your Honor is familiar and aware of the materials that we're discussing, and you're also aware of the sensitive nature of those materials. The state is really just following the court's lead in your protective order, where you named specifically who on the defense team would be allowed to have access. It follows that if we're going to expand that access, that those individuals need to be specifically named. And it's really going to be the only way the court can have control of any unauthorized dissemination. is to know exactly who was privy to what was enclosed. So at a bare minimum, we need to know who it's going to be given over to. Your December 29th sealed order also said that any further dissemination of the materials or the information contained within the materials, including to any investigator or experts, must be approved by the court after a showing by the defense as to why such individual needs the information. In the defense's motion, their stated reasoning is, quote, to investigate how and when Mr. Coburger was identified as a suspect, end quote. State maintains they don't need access to all of that highly sensitive information. To satisfy that purpose, that is laid out in the November 28, 2023 letter from the FBI to the state. So we would ask that, one, they be named. If they are granted access, that it be to that letter, and that the balance of the materials be protected. And we would ask that you follow the proposed language in the state's response from February 9th to ensure further protections of the materials.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Sailor?
Well, Your Honor, I know what letter Ms. Jennings refers to, and I think our experts should have access to the actual materials. That letter is a summary. It's a police summary. Our duty is to investigate police work. We do that in every case, and with our heightened duties in a death penalty case, our investigators should have access to the entire record. Our investigators understand what a protective order is, and they'll abide by that protective order. Again, if you want them named in any order allowing them access, that's fine. That's just fine with me. It's most important that they have access to all of the materials. The summary contained in the FBI's letter isn't the totality of the materials. It doesn't show some of the particulars about things that were happening on certain dates. And that's what's important to put into a timeline so that we can try to understand how the state did its work in this case.
Well, one of the issues with this IGP is relevance at all. And so the way I'm viewing it is maybe it needs to go on steps, maybe where it's justified with the relevance or the potential of relevance for some of that information, because from the very beginning, the state's position has been it has no bearing on the case. It will not have any bearing on trial. But I allowed access to what I thought was potentially relevant and to allow your experts, now allowing your experts to view that information. So let me just kind of move into the other clarification, because I also understand, particularly relevance of mitigation. Okay, what your investigators need to cover. They likely have to have contact with Mr. Coburger's family, and that we're not, I don't think we're talking about that kind of investigation. I mean, that is your responsibility. It's also your responsibility to dig in wherever you have to. I mean, I think you're required to do that. So my balancing responsibility is to keep it in control to some degree. So I guess what I'm asking is that I have some justification for making contact with certain families that may have no bearing whatsoever on the case, unless it's in mitigation or something like that. Now, the DNA issues, especially, I mean, maybe especially in the IgG, it has to have some relevance if there's some context. okay, that connects to the case itself. That's how I'm looking at it. I might be wrong, but so you can respond. Okay.
All right, we're talking about a couple of different things. With our request for clarification, I was talking specifically about people that are already known to our team that we may be in contact with. Bryan's direct family, parents, sisters, aunts and uncles.
And
those
can I interrupt you just for 1 second? That has no relevance to the IGG information that you were given.
Those are people we already knew before.
Okay.
So I want clarification that I can continue to talk to the Coburger family.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm not running afoul of court order. I want to be really clear who I'm asking for to have access to the IGGs. It's not our mitigation investigator. That our mitigation investigator, I think the court heard me talk about going 3 generations back to do her work. That's required under the ABA. I'm not talking about her. She wouldn't have access to this. I'm talking about our criminal investigators dealing with the innocent space for Bryan. Those are the people that I think should have access to the same materials under the same protective order. They're not doing the generations back. None of the IGG materials would be used for that part of the mitigation work. She's doing her own thing, our mitigation investigator, looking backwards as she's supposed to at the things she needs to. That's not the IGG materials. So putting aside that investigator and thinking of only our criminal investigators that are going to be dealing with our innocent space of the case. Those are the investigators that I'd like to have access. They're the investigators that participate in the meeting with our experts. They're the investigators that help us put the timeline together to understand different things that were happening in the case before Bryan's name was ever spoken by anybody. And we're missing that big piece about why was Bryan's name spoken and how does that connect to the other pieces that we have. That's what our criminal investigators are going to do. They're not looking at IGG materials, if allowed, to do any of the mitigation work. That's separate and apart. So I want to make sure that that's really clear. Also, when we're talking about whether something is relevant or not, I think that we're thinking of the standard for information to come out in court. That's not what I'm talking about. The court found that the IGG information was material under the discovery rules to the defense and allowed us to have access to some. It's for that same purpose and under that same rule that we're asking the court to allow our investigators to have access to the same materials. Whether or not any of this is something that comes into the court or into trial, that's a question to be answered later. I can see how, I think, this is why I'm really happy to have our experts involved, but I can see a way that there may be a motion practice that happens that relates to this. I'm not there yet.
That's where I am. Because if you have these experts, okay, go through this. I've been through all this information, and so if you can go, using your experts, and your experts kind of can tell me and state that you need to investigate particular people, okay, that were involved in this, then we can have a hearing about it. But I'm not quite ready to be convinced that without getting this information from the experts that we're gonna find some pathway, okay, that's going to be helpful to Mr. Coburger.
I mean, this is your courtroom, so if that's what you want to do, we can. I'm here. We waited a while to come to this hearing. I'm asking for it all with a protective order. If we do it the other way, we can do it. It's just everything takes time. And if that's the preference, that's okay. The court knows and would order us to not reach out to any of the people in this material, and we wouldn't do any of that. If we have a motion to file that references any of the content of the materials, that would be filed under seal. These are sealed items. If there was a hearing, I would guess the court would have a chance to look at the filings before granting me a hearing and hear from the state, and that would be sealed. I'm not asking our investigators have access to run out and start interviewing people. I'm asking they have access to not be shut out of conversations, considering what this means and how our client came to the attention of law enforcement, and to plug things into the timeline of us trying to understand how we got from November 13th to December 29th. That's it, not to go out and try to talk to people. I can just see that there's a potential motion to be filed, but that wouldn't be contacting anybody at all. That would be a motion for the court to decide.
Reassuring. I mean, that's one of the concerns. I mean, pulling a lot of other people into the case that, are completely innocent and don't even have any connection to the situation. So let me go back to Ms. Jennings. Do you have any response to any of this?
No, Your Honor, I'll just reiterate that Ms. Taylor keeps discussing their ability to just understand the timeline. Again, you're very familiar with the materials. Understanding the timeline and how we got from November 13th to December 29th is all laid out in that letter. None of the other materials are going to answer their questions regarding the timeline. So ask that they be given access to that, named investigators, to that letter.
Thank you. You may remember a few hearings in the past that the state, from the very beginning, said there was no, that played no I don't know how to even, it wasn't, when I asked them in the hearing, that did you use the IDG, any of the information of the IDG to get the warrant, to get Mr. Coburger's DNA, that was not part of it. So in terms of the time frame, don't know that it's that complicated, because a lot of what happened in the time frame happened before that. Now, that's up to you to dig into that, obviously, but there was a lot of information in the letter too, just their sequence of using the IgG at all. So we're going to have to sort this out, obviously. But going back to what I'd like to do is just get some justification for digging in deeper, if necessary. And I'm not sure it's necessary, but I'm going to keep an open mind about that. So for right now, I would say, let's just get your experts looking at the IgG stuff and exactly what they can read from that. And we'll go from there. Okay. Now, with regard to your clarification, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that your investigators can't contact people that they've already contacted without relying on the IgG information. Does that work for now?
Yes, Your Honor. Our mitigation expert has done her own family tree based on her work, and she has nothing to do with the IgG material. She's not an expert that would have access to that. She's not named. So she needs to keep doing what she's doing as far as her work goes. And I think the proper clarification is that the IgG materials will not be used to develop any investigative leads.
I think that's fair. And what Ms. Jennings proposed in language in their response to your motion Is that something that you would object to at this point? I'm sure you probably read that language.
I did read it. It's a little bit less straightforward, but I think it covers it. It allows me to continue to speak to the people I'm speaking to and that I need to speak to that are on my list.
Okay. Anything else about that?
No.
These issues. Okay. Ms. Jennings?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, the next question I had is, I know that Mr. Coburger filed for permissive appeal to the Supreme Court, and I just wondered what you know about that, because I have heard nothing about that. I know it was filed.
I know the states filed their objection, and that's the last that I recall seeing about it.
Yes. So at this point, we don't know if the Supreme Court is going to take it. Okay, we don't know that. You know anything else, Mr. Thompson?
Not other than the state's response was filed by the appellate division of the Attorney General's office. And I think we're just waiting to hear from the Supreme Court at this point.
Correct, Your Honor. We're just waiting to hear from the Supreme Court. I can tell you there's no deadline in the rule for them. They didn't include a deadline for themselves. And in my experience, it can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a month or so. So at this point, we're just waiting to hear.
So I don't know the answer to this. If it's filed, does that pause what we need to do here, or do we just pause it only when they pick it up?
My read of the rules, Your Honor, is the latter, that we continue as we are unless and until they decide to take it, and then they would decide at that point what exactly is paused and not paused.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about that, Ms. Taylor?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
All right, I think we're now to schedule. Starting with, there was a request on change of venue, maybe late April, you were saying.
Yes, Your Honor, either that last week of April, I think it starts the 29th and 30th, or the first or second week of May for the actual hearing is when we'd request. And we would ask that we have until maybe the second week of April to get our initial briefing in, and then the state's response and our reply after that.
So what are you thinking would be the hearing? Like, give me a day or a week.
I would say that first full week of May, maybe that's May 5th or May 6th.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay. Ms. Beatty, Ben? Right?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to either deny this motion for change of venue as premature, or to set a hearing date closer to the trial date when that trial date gets set. And the reason for that is when courts look to change of venue and whether or not that's appropriate, the courts look to affidavits that have been filed. Importantly, they look to what jurors say, prospective jurors say during the voir dire process. Another thing that courts look to is the amount of media coverage and the proximity of that media coverage and the intensity of that media coverage to the trial. So in this case, I think we don't have sufficient information to even determine whether or not that's appropriate without seeing what prospective jurors actually say. But B, we're far enough out from trial that we can't really gauge that anyway. So we would ask the court to either deny that motion at this time or to set a hearing further down the road and closer to trial. If we do proceed to hearing, the state would just ask for a scheduling order. At this point, the defense has filed a motion. They did not file any affidavits, disclose any experts. They haven't even filed a supporting memorandum. And so we're not even sure what specific cases they're relying upon. So we can't really respond substantively to that motion until it's briefed. So we would ask the court to set a briefing schedule as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Well, my interpretation was that they were going to give us a lot of information, affidavits, maybe testimony for the hearing. Is that right, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, you're right. The motion was to put everybody on notice that we'd like to have this addressed. We do intend to have a presentation for the court. We do intend to have briefing for the state. I anticipated we'd get that scheduled today. But no, I didn't file it as a motion. I filed it to put everybody on notice that it's coming, and I think we need to address it. I think we need to address it before a trial setting. It doesn't make sense to set a trial, get right up to it, and then have to have everybody who's under subpoena rescheduled and have to have the public and the families of everybody disappointed because we're going to reset it at the last minute. So I think we should take care of whether or not the court should change venue sooner rather than later, especially given the length that this trial is anticipated to go. We'll need to schedule a courtroom either here or in another county in Idaho. I mean, we'll need some advance notice to get that done because it'll take a long time to try this case.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
And Your Honor, the state is asking for a briefing schedule so that we're not in a situation where the state is learning for the first time during a hearing what experts the defendant might be calling and what their arguments are. We would ask that all of that information be disclosed prior to hearing, including the CVs of any experts that will be testifying.
Well, that's certainly what I would expect. But it's quite sticky, right? To think, you're going to wait until ready to seating the jury, which is probably a 2-week process in this case. And then figure out, hey, we can't see the jury, so we have to move the trial. At the same time, how do you really know if there's some prejudice without trying to see the jury? It's really a catch-22.
And all of the logistical concerns that Ms. Taylor is describing are totally correct. The problem is that is what the law requires, and that is what the case law says. The case law does contemplate that. So certainly it's correct to note that there are going to be logistical challenges to that, but that's what the case law requires. But even if the court weren't inclined to wait until we're actually going through the voir dire process, at a minimum, I think it would be appropriate for the court to look to some jury questionnaires and at least go through that process.
Okay. This morning I was looking at State versus Haddon, where that was, you're probably very familiar with that, but that's Court of Appeals case, 2012, I believe. And there was a request to change venue well before the trial. The judge denied that, and then it came up again when they were trying to seat the jury, and then the judge denied that at that point. But kind of a double step to figure out if it was necessary. I've been struggling with this, for 12 months, and so it's hard to know. Now, that doesn't mean that one of the parties can't present evidence, and the standard is kind of squishy, in my opinion, but they can provide that kind of information well before the trial. At the same time, I want to make sure that the state has the opportunity to respond to whatever information Mr. Coburger is going to present. So now I'm scratching my head about, is May, first week of May, does that allow enough time? Does that allow enough time for you, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I think it does. I can present the information to the state. I can have my briefing, and I can have affidavits and let them know of any witness that I want to call. I can do that probably by the beginning of the second week of April. And that would give them, if we do this in May, that would give them ample time to read it over and respond to what we intend to present.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty? What are your thoughts?
Your Honor, as far as the duration of time between the briefing and the hearing, the state has no concerns about that. The state would just have concerns about those factors that the courts require us to look to as far as the timing of the hearing compared to the timing of trial. But as far as a briefing scheduled prior to the hearing itself, that timeline makes sense to the state.
Well, let's explore that just for a moment. Because I've been thinking about the setting of trial, well, also for months, but I listened very carefully to Ms. Taylor and Mr. Thompson at our last hearing, and I really, it wasn't clear that I'm not really happy about setting the trial in 2025. It seems so far away. Now, it's not just, doesn't just affect Mr. Coburger and his defense, but there's a lot of other considerations. So I am trying to be fair and realistic, okay, about when we could really be ready for trial. Now we want to do it once, okay? So let me go first to you, Mr. Thompson, about when. I know that it's been complicated, the discovery. I mean, you have these different agencies, FBI, state police, the state lab. We've got Moscow Police Department, Latah County, Pullman Law Enforcement, Pennsylvania law enforcement. And I think you mentioned it's hard to get all this stuff together. And that is one of the things that has delayed setting the trial, not to mention the motions about the grand jury procedures, also the issues about the investigative genetic genealogy issues. And I'm kind of curious, okay, when do you think that you will be completely finished with providing discovery to the defense?
Judge, most current projection that we have would probably be at the end of this summer. The majority of the discovery has been provided. That's not to say that Mr. Coburger has been able to, and his defense team been able to digest it all, because it is substantial as an understatement. We are still awaiting information that the defense both wants and needs to have, and we're going back through all of the discovery to make sure that nothing's been overlooked. We have 2 members of our team, an attorney and a legal assistant, who are essentially assigned full time to that task. And that's projected. We got from them. It could be up to 6 months, which would put us with initial discovery completion at the end of August, 1st of September of this year.
Because last time you were talking about August for the trial.
Sure enough. And that's what we had hoped for. And when we filed our motion for trial setting scheduler back in December, a couple months ago, we felt that was realistic. And as we are looking at where we are right now, I'm not sure that it is. We know that the defense has already indicated that just on the death penalty alone, they will be filing multiple motions, many of them very lengthy. We've seen the same filings in the Nez Perce County homicide case that recently resolved. Those I could see taking a couple months in and of themselves to address, in addition to motions that actually directly relate to the merits of this trial, discovery, motions of limine, and that sort of thing. Our team met again this morning with our companions from the AG's office here in Moscow, and we actually have a proposal to make to the court for a trial date and a scheduling order, if Your Honor is interested.
I'm very interested. I'll tell you before you say anything about that.
Yes, sir.
I was looking at whether or not it was realistic and fair, okay, trying to be compromising to some degree. I think it was March 3rd, 2025.
Well, Your Honor, it just happens to be in pink highlight on my pad here, March 3rd, 2025 for trial.
Okay, I had no idea. I wasn't reading your mind or anything, but I thought that's about the mid, and I remember, Ms. Taylor, that you said that would be the soonest you could be ready.
And that was if everything went right from that point.
And I remember that
And
too.
it hasn't. It hasn't. But I'll hear what their proposals are.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Judge. So we would propose that the court set March 3rd of 2025 as the start of trial. We would propose a September 6th, 2024 preliminary discovery deadline that would include exhibits known at that time. November 8th, 2024 for the defendant's discovery deadline. That would give them a chance to respond to any last minute discovery that comes out from the state. February 7th of 2025 for the state to disclose any basically reply or rebuttal to what we've learned from the defense discovery. That would include rebuttal experts. The defense's deadline would also necessarily have to include their mitigation evidence. We would suggest the court consider a final pretrial conference, kind of the pretrial wrap-up details conference for the week of February 12th to 16th, 2025. Since the death penalty related motions are already known and they aren't dependent on discovery, we would ask that any death penalty related motions defense have be filed by September 6th of this year, that the state have until October 11th to respond. The defense can then reply by October 25th and schedule a hearing during the week of November 4th through the 8th of this year. So we can get that wad of 12, 18, however many of those motions are going to be filed, we can get that handled. We would suggest that the court direct the jury questionnaires, if we can't agree on one, that the suggestions from the state and the defense be to the court by November 1st of this year. That would give the court the opportunity to finalize a jury questionnaire that the court is comfortable with, and it can be ready at the start of the next calendar year, which is when the next jury pool would be polled or would be drawn. And the court can, at that point, get questionnaires out to an initial panel and can assess in a timely fashion, are we really going to have venue issues in the early part of next year as we approach March 3rd. We propose that jury instructions, exhibit lists be exchanged by January 31st of 2025. And finally, as to pretrial motions, which would be case-specific motions in limine and those sorts of things, the deadline for filing, that would be November 22nd of this year, with the understanding that parties could file them early. And the state already has been developing a list of various pretrial motions in limine that we think we'd like the court to consider, and we can file those early. But the deadline would be November 22nd, responses by December 13th, replies by December 20th, and then schedule a hearing on any of those pretrial motions sometime during the week of January 6th through the 10th. And I think
you have to write that down.
I have it all written down. Yes, sir. And we can get it to you in writing. That's not a problem.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, so if things aren't going perfectly, they never do.
They never do, Judge. They never do. And I'll say it again. Death is different.
That is probably them sending them home.
This is a capital case.
Hold on, I'll watch.
I've heard the court say the court only wants to do it once. And I've heard the court ask, what can I do to speed things up? I need discovery. I need all of the discovery. I need the things that we've asked for. I need to not have to fight in motions to compel for things that was done on behalf of the state by the FBI that ends up being used against Bryan or used in the investigation. I need that stuff. I need, when I ask for something, I need to get it rather than have to go back and ask and ask and ask again. And I'm not saying anything mean about Bill Thompson. I'm just
probably sending him home.
I think he tries his very best, but I think
counsel
he's
stipulate,
hampered
please.
by the agencies and the
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude for today.
information he gets from them.
Please,
I
report
can give you
tomorrow.
some examples. We asked for x-rays. We were told they don't exist. They're listed repeatedly in reports. We asked for them again. And I'm not sure if I'm getting them or not. The response is we have thumbnails, but we haven't found the actual x-rays. There's one example. I asked for certain mapping data done by a member of the CAS team. They said, you have it all. I said, no, I don't. I only have November 29th. And they said, oh, well, I guess we just didn't get that. Something didn't copy right. And I'm not saying anything mean about Bill or his office. I'm saying this is really difficult to drag the information out and get it to my experts or to understand it. And to hear that we're going to have a discovery deadline by the end of August is great. I need to have every piece of everything. I then have to have time to double check and make sure I really got it. I need to have time to get it to my experts and for them to have an opportunity to understand how that impacts their opinions, if at all. So I'm prepared for this case. And then we need time to get things to the state and for them to respond to what we send to them too. I know that this court wants to set this trial. These kinds of cases don't happen in a year. They don't happen in 2 years. They take a long time. This case is challenged with the way discovery has come at us. I'll give you another example. I open up, I get them, and I list them in my computer by date. At one point, I gave the court a printout of that so the court could see how I'm getting it. And when I look in a folder, it has subfolders. And I might get some reports from Moscow Police Department with an FBI report. And an FBI report might reference an email. It might reference a photograph. It might reference a screenshot of a picture or of a phone that they took when they interviewed somebody. That's not with it. So maybe a few months later, I get some photos that has these screenshots in it. And now I have to try to figure out who gave that screenshot, whose phone did that come from, which officer did that interview, and get them matched up and figure out if it's somebody I need to talk to. So not only do we have a huge volume of information, the way I get it is completely disorganized. And it's like if you wanted to play 52 card pickup with 100,000 decks of cards and throw them in the air, and I have to go figure out how to put them together. And by the way, the backs of every one of those cards look the same. That's what I'm doing. We also have science questions in this case. We have DNA, we have cell phone analysis, we have video analysis. The video analysis that the state really likes in this case, I don't have the full scope of that video with audio that should be available. They're working on it, they really are. I don't think they're not working on it. I'm just saying this is a real thing that takes time. And then you have the public nature of this case, and people don't want to talk to us. They're not wanting to talk to us. So we have to try to get witnesses, people that are listed in the state's discovery, to talk to us. We have our duties that are required with mitigation because there's no break. I don't get to go to trial on the innocence phase, and then if something goes wrong and Brian's not acquitted, I don't get time to go prepare that mitigation. I have to take another breath and start right there. So I have to have time to do all of that. Our mitigation expert is working as quickly as she can. She is meeting a lot of resistance to collect records and to conduct interviews. We're working through that as best we can. She has travel obligations to try to interview people. These things take time. I want all the discovery by the end of August. I love the discovery deadline by September 6th. That does not allow me enough time to get ready for trial by March 3rd. That deadline, that cutoff for us to get mitigation materials, that's impossible. That's just impossible. We've got the year pretty well scheduled out with what travel still needs to happen and what records still need to be obtained. So to have that to the state, I think they said by September, October, that's just impossible. I would request that this court take up our venue motion in May, make a decision on venue, and let's see where we can get with the discovery. I still need to read every bit of discovery that's come, and I haven't. I scan it when I get it, but to go page by page and read it and understand what it means, I'm not through 2023. I have a long ways to go. So I don't think that that is realistic to set it. I think if you set it for March, I'm going to be back here after the discovery deadline, and I'm going to be telling you there's no way that we're going to be ready for trial. I would rather this court set the change of venue, make that determination. Let's see where we get with the discovery by May. Probably the court would have a decision by the end of May, early June. Let's see where we are with discovery by then and set a realistic day. I hope we can go by summer of 2025.
Well, thank you, Ms. Taylor. I can help in any way to speed things with, if there's problems with discovery, I'm happy to do that on very short notice, just so that we can keep going. But you say, it'd be fantastic if you got all the discovery by August. Your mitigation person has been working already, right? And just to know that I'm not being insensitive about this, I did read the ABA supplementary guidelines for mitigation function of defense teams in death penalty cases, and it's huge. Okay, I get it. There are so many things that if you don't do, then it comes back as, well, you were ineffective. And those standards are high standards, for sure. And obviously it takes a lot of time. So, but I'm also thinking, if you get all the discovery, if you can, assuming that, which may be inaccurate, by the end of August, you're saying that you wouldn't be able to respond to all of that, assuming that it's even earlier, that you could not be ready for the beginning of March 2025.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I love that discovery deadline. Let's shoot for that. And I think that would help me make a June 2025 trial. I think once we have that discovery, and I agree, we can file the challenges to the death penalty earlier, but the challenges to some of the things that are going to be contained in discovery, those, we need to see it all and see how it interplays. I can do some things early, but I may be coming back and asking the court to reconsider if it doesn't go our way and we found something that we didn't have. I think a discovery cutoff is great, and I think the court has to manage that discovery. If we finally are up to the eve of trial and there ends up being a whole new dump of discovery, then the court has to look at that discovery and understand, is it exculpatory? Is it something that we didn't have a chance to prepare for and should be excluded? If it relates to anything to do with the death penalty portion of the case, then the court's going to be asked to strike the death penalty. I mean, the discovery deadline is critical in this case. So I love that. I love that. What that means, if I have all the discovery by the end of August this year, it means that there is a stopping point where I can know I have it all. So I can confidently get the motions filed. I can confidently tell my experts, this is it. This is the scope of what you have to do. And I can have some space to read it all and understand it and get ready for witnesses too. If the court makes that deadline, know that mitigation is not going to be done by then. But if the court makes that discovery deadline and then we follow that with our motion practice and then our deadlines for expert disclosures and whatever's going to come from that and our mitigation, we should be in good shape by June of 2025 to try the case. if we have that discovery come up. I think that's a great idea.
Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson?
Trying to figure out where to start first. Yes, discovery is massive. Yes, there have been things that Mr. Coburger has asked for that we've inquired, and we were initially told, no, you don't have that. And then we have gone back at the prompting of defense saying, you sure? I mean, it ought to be there. And for example, x-rays for the autopsy. Well, we just got those. The first came in with thumbnails. In today's discovery, Ms. Taylor is going to have the full size, which we were able to obtain when we saw he gave us thumbnails. These are useless. Give us the real thing. And through the coroner's office, we were able to finally achieve that. According to Ms. Jennings, we are better than 95% complete on discovery. So we're getting close. There are some things that are outstanding. There are some issues with what information is actually available to us. We have given Mr. Coburger everything that we haven't asked for a protective order on or had some sort of dispute about. And we've given it to them frankly, in the order it's come in, instead of waiting to try to package it together and give it to them in a different format just because they want it as quickly as possible. And I appreciate that. And we're going to continue doing that. It's going to benefit to have deadlines for everybody to have to work for here. I don't think just setting a deadline for state's discovery does anything other productive other than that initial stage. So if we're going to set discovery deadlines, we need a state's discovery deadline. We need a defense discovery deadline within a reasonable time after that and a reasonable time before trial, because we're going to then have to investigate whatever the defense tells us they might be using. And then, of course, an opportunity after we see what the defense is proposing or is disclosing to rebut that in some fashion and give notice of that. So that package of 3 days are important. Pre-trial motion on the death penalty, I think that's important. We need deadlines so we just get it done and over with. And both teams can prioritize, based on the timelines, what needs to be done when. I don't know the first thing about what's going on with defense's mitigation. Apparently it's been going on for a while. It sounds like it's going to be massive. That's something that we just don't have any insight to. We think that our proposals are realistic. We appreciate the fact that something could happen where it turns out that they aren't realistic, that something happens and we have to revisit. And I think we need to be prepared to do that. I think the last thing that I want to touch on real quick is the proposal to set a state's discovery deadline and set hearings on the change of venue is inadequate. As we've indicated, change of venue under the law, that motion is premature. We need to be able to give the court the benefit of what impacts publicity, for example, is having on our actual jury pool. We know there's publicity. Everybody can agree. There's been massive publicity, not just in Latah County, but I see more about it in Boise or hear about it from other parts of the state than what we're seeing locally. And so the massive publicity, that's a red herring, realistically. There's publicity everywhere about this. The issue is whether the publicity and the nature of this case is such that we cannot pick a fair and impartial jury in this county. And of course, we know that just being aware of publicity about a case does not disqualify a juror. There has to be a showing that that publicity or whatever has impacted the juror to the point where that juror cannot sit in this box as a fair and impartial juror and make a decision based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom. That's the issue that Your Honor is going to have to decide on the change of venue question. And you can't do that based on a bunch of affidavits from experts who say, Judge, there's been a lot of publicity. That doesn't cut it. So I think just having a state's discovery deadline and trying to prematurely move forward with motion for change of venue is not the right approach. We think that the proposals that we've made are reasonable, understanding. Ms. Taylor has concerns about whether she's going to be able to meet those. And I think there are enough stages in there that if that becomes a reality, there's the opportunity for us to discuss that. Like everybody here, we only want to do this once. We do not want to invite error that we can avoid. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can I,
yes,
I think you said maybe you're like 98% on.
But probably a little bit more than 95% is what Ms. Jennings just told me.
Okay. So if it's 95%, I mean, is it possible that it could be done before the end of August?
It's possible, and we aren't going to wait till the end of August to do anything. We will continue to disclose information as we receive it. I mean, that's not fair to the defense. That's not fair to anybody. Just sit on stuff and dump it. So we are hopeful that it'll be finished by then, but we don't want to have to face a deadline that we think there's a chance could be difficult to meet. And that's why we propose the early September date, which would be essentially 6 months from now.
September 6th, that's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Taylor, you said that would be fantastic.
That would be fantastic, Your Honor. And Your Honor can give us a January 2025 deadline if the court wants to set a discovery deadline for us too. Expert disclosures, I think maybe would take a little bit longer, maybe February of 2025. The court gives us a deadline for expert disclosures. I want to comment on the motion for venue change. Your Honor, because I filed a motion and the court doesn't have affidavits or the briefing to understand how we're going to approach this doesn't make it untimely. I'm fully aware that the massive amount of media coverage by itself isn't all of it. But I'm also aware that this case has had more media coverage than most other cases, and it continues. So there is an impact of that. There are other considerations besides just the massive amount of media and an impact on potential jurors. That's what we're going to talk about. I think it's timely. I think it's appropriate to set a change of venue motion. I think it is what makes the most sense for the court to make that determination and set a trial date from there. If the court sets one here and has to change it later, a lot of things have gone into play to get that trial date set here, to get the courtroom reserved, and a lot of people realize waiting until the court has heard the information, more than affidavits saying there's mass amount of media coverage, the court can make that determination. If the court agrees to change venue at that time, then it makes a lot more sense to just set that trial from there. I would think by the end of, or by May, when we can have a hearing, I would think I would have a better handle maybe on the process the state's going through now with its discovery. I will continue to make the utmost effort to get all the way through every piece of what I have now and continue to follow up with questions to the state so that we can try to have this discovery issue put aside. Once we have the discovery completed, I think that we're going to have a lot better idea of what the motion practice is going to look like and how long that's going to take. And it'll be a more realistic way to disclose experts to one another with the materials that's required under Idaho Rule of Evidence 702. I think that's a better way to go, even though you might not set a trial date today, because at least you'll set one that's really informed that maybe everybody can rely on.
Thank you. Well, I want to make an informed decision about changing venue, and it makes sense to me. I mean, it may be premature, but I'd like to see what the defense has to say about that, what you're going to present. So, unless I'm just curious, to hear this, I can always deny it. But if it's sufficiently strong and persuasive, then maybe it makes sense to do that. Obviously, just for personal reasons, I don't particularly want to go to another county for 12 weeks, 13 weeks. necessary, I mean, we'll do what we need to do, but
What's that?
I'm not, as I sit here, I'm not persuaded that we necessarily have to change it. I think that's an automatic. And there are a lot of factors, and that's one of the reasons why I was looking at this patent case, which was that's court of appeals, but it goes through all of the other cases that have dealt with this issue.
Y'all heard it too? It's not just me. Okay.
So I'm thinking, you said mid-April that you would be able to file all of your declarations, affidavits, whatever you're going to do. Let the state know who is going to testify. If you're going to have witnesses to testify, presumably experts. We got a taste of that, sometime at the beginning of one of our hearings. So maybe I'll hear the same witness. I don't know, but so we'll say April 17th.
Yes, I can make
Okay.
that possible.
And maybe we say the state has enough time to have their response by May 1st. What do you think? Okay.
I think that's appropriate, Your Honor. Thank you.
Because there may be experts on the other side too. So, and I expect the information that you're going to present both sides and with a brief. So, obviously. And I'm going to be in Boise the next week. Do you actually have other cases? Be surprised.
It's never going to happen.
How do you feel about afternoon of May 20th? That's a little far out, but we've already been talking about maybe having a trial starting in June. So.
Your Honor, can I have it before May 25th? A witness I anticipate is not going to be available starting May 25th. Starting May 25th, I think, for 2 weeks. So if I could have it ahead of May 25th, that way we
can have a jury trial that week, May 20th. This afternoon of May 14 give you enough time, Ms. Beatty?
That was May 14th, Your Honor.
May 14, that's Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say, how about 1:30?
Sounds great, Your Honor.
Okay, 1:30, May 14. I am going to make a determination about that presentation on change of venue before I set the trial. It could still be March 3rd, or maybe beginning of June. Yeah, that's 2024. I know. I'm just still thinking of 2024. But it's hard. It is hard for me to think it is so far out. But I'm listening carefully to both sides, and it's a complicated case, and it's a death penalty case, and that adds a lot of really does. So I'm gonna hold, I would like you to send me, your scheduling list, and I will think about that. We're going to have a deadline of September 6th for discovery from the state. And Ms. Taylor, did you say beginning of January?
Yes.
Okay, January, give me a date.
9th.
9th, okay, good, good job. All right, and that'll be 2025. Ms. Beatty.
Could we address one more deadline briefly?
Yes, of course. You all give me deadlines. I'll write them down.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been an ongoing discussion beginning most recently with the state's request for scheduling order, and I believe Ms. Taylor briefly addressed it at the last hearing. There's been an ongoing discussion about the alibi deadline, and the state is asking the court to either limit the defendant to presenting evidence about the disclosure that he made related to the alibi, which was that he was driving around the night of the homicides, but not allowing any further discussion or evidence of an alibi, given the amount of time that has passed since the state requested that alibi disclosure. Alternatively, since it was in the court's scheduling order initially prior to the trial getting vacated, we would ask the court to set a 10-day deadline now, because that is consistent with the alibi statute. The state does not believe it is appropriate to tie the alibi to the jury trial date in this case. The statute that sets forth that 10-day timeline is completely separate from Rule 16 and other discovery deadlines through the litigation process. I think at this point, there has been so much time that has passed, and it has frankly causes the state great alarm that the defense is discussing calling upwards of 400 witnesses during the innocence phase when we don't have, potentially don't have a full alibi disclosure. And when you look at cases regarding appeals from issues that arise during alibis that come up at trial, these cases are all defendants appealing a conviction because the state doesn't get a second chance. If the state gets ambushed at trial, that's it for us. We're asking the court to hold the defendant to a fair alibi deadline, and I think that the time has come. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Well, my understanding was that was it, but I may be wrong. Ms. Taylor.
No. When the court vacated the trial setting, the court vacated all of the deadlines, including the alibi deadline. That wasn't carved out as one that was still held through when the court vacated the rest of its scheduling order. So I don't think that we're foreclosed from that. The court also has the ability to give an extension besides the limited time by statute. In this case, it's more than Bryan was just driving around. We have let the state and the court know that we expect that will be supported by expert testimony and by cross-examination of the state's experts. I need their full cast report and the rest of the discovery related to that before I can say more about that. So to tie me to a deadline when I don't have the rest of the discovery that I've been waiting for that would relate to that will mean that I will be back asking the court to reopen it. My expert can't finish until I get the rest of the discovery as well.
And the discovery you're talking about is a video of the car?
No. The video that we talk about is one that I think the state's going to use in its case that I don't have full video on, that I'm not talking about any video of Bryan's car. When I'm talking about an alibi defense, unless there's video that shows it elsewhere that I haven't gotten to yet, which may be possible given the fact that there's a lot I haven't seen yet. What I'm talking about, though, is the cast report, the drive testing information.
Cast report meaning the identification of the particular car.
That is the cell tower information.
I'm with you.
So what that is going to show and what the drive testing data is going to show and what other reports related to that are going to be things that my expert needs to finish our investigation and things that I need to formulate my cross-examination against the state's expert. So when I'm telling you that I'm going to do those things in alibi, I can't tell you more than that right now, but that's how we're going to support Brian's alibi, that he was out driving that night.
Brian, she keeps saying Brian, it's so
You have
informal.
not received the cell tower reports?
I have some data, some cell tower data, some phone record data. I have a draft of a CAST report. The most recent information I have CAST is the FBI doing their work. The most recent information I have is that on March 31st, they expect for that report to be done through the peer review process. So I may get it a month from now. I need to get it to my expert to digest. There's materials that support their report that I don't have full disclosure of. And the state's aware of it. I think they're working on it. And maybe they're on that drive that I'll pick up today, but I haven't had them yet.
So you expect to get that in mid-March?
I expect to get their report after March 31st, after it's done. The supporting data, I'm not sure when it's coming. They tell me it's coming.
Okay, I'm gonna kick it back to the state.
Your Honor, I guess I'm a little confused because if
I obviously am too. So
okay. I'm confused because if the defendant's alibi is that he was out driving around that night, I'm not sure what additional information his cell data could add to an actual alibi defense. It seems like what the defense is asking for, and they're being completely upfront about it, and I appreciate that. But what they're asking to do is essentially double check all the discovery before disclosing their alibi, and that's not what the purpose of an alibi deadline is. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There is case law that describes that given the ease with which an individual could fabricate an alibi, and certainly that's not what the state is accusing the defendant of doing. I'm using language that is in case law, though. Given the ease with which an individual can fabricate an alibi, that is a very legitimate deadline. It's a reasonable deadline. It's a reasonable demand of the litigation process. There is a reason why there is a 10-day deadline in the statute, and that is because the defendant is able to tell his counsel where he was that night. They can work together and formulate a defense, and they can disclose an alibi. That is the whole purpose of an alibi deadline. The state has complied with the discovery up to this point. We will continue to comply with discovery. We are disclosing everything that we have to the defense when we get it, unless there's some protective order issue. We are asking that the court hold the defense to a fair standard that has been set forth in this statute and that is constitutional under the United States Constitution and the Idaho's Constitution, that has been repeatedly upheld by the United States Supreme Court and the Idaho Supreme Court. Thank you.
Okay, I maybe dropped the ball, but went through the cracks that I didn't. I guess what I interpreted that as that was it for what we were going to hear about where he was, Suzanne, and how he was established. The evidence that he was in a particular place. So once again, trying to be compromising, I'm going to give you until April 17th. You can submit the other information that you need to find for then. And that should be plenty of time because you're going to get some additional information from FBI apparently by mid-March. And we can talk more about that later at the hearing on the motion for change of order. So that gives you some cushion. I'm not going to set it for 10 more days, but I am sending that setting that. And the reason for that is so we don't have ambush at the trial. I mean, that's why that is established as a law. Okay. Well, I think we've gotten somewhere. And is there anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
He got up and got out quick, huh? Case law is laws that are set and made based on previous cases and previous judges' decisions on things. It kind of sets like a precedent for other cases, so that when things happen like this, they'll have a reference on what you're supposed to do. So like when they have, you'll hear them a lot in motions when they have hearings about different motions where they are talking about, each side wants what they want, and they'll have case law where they argue that the law that was the case that was I keep going blurry. I keep moving my hands. That's why. When I move my hands a lot, my camera has trouble focusing, but I talk with my hands. I'm just blurry now. But if I could be still. But anyway, they will reference the case law to show that there has been previous discussion about it, and a law was created by the courts based on what came from that. So it's precedent. Can't talk. I don't understand if you say you have to construct your... Okay, so this part is really crazy to me too, because I don't understand how she needs discovery. I'm totally with the... and she said that that's, the case law, like to prevent them from... Because see, that's the thing. If you say that if you're innocent, you should be able to say, this is my alibi, this is where I was. You shouldn't get, all of the cell phone records and all of the evidence against you to then work around it and create an alibi. If you're innocent, you should be able to say, this is where I was. You don't need evidence and data to put in your alibi. It's the opposite. So I feel like you shouldn't, and that's what she was saying. I don't know which case she mentioned, but she's saying that there was case law specifically for that, to prevent people being able to use the evidence against them to then, figure out, okay, well, I can't say that I was here because they saw this, or I can't say that I was here because they saw this, and be able to use what they're saying, like what they have against you, to say something else. So, but they don't have an alibi at this point, and they are required to provide. Yeah, it's because he's lying. Well, yeah, because he said all he said, and they mentioned it a couple times before, like that he said, that he was driving around, and that's the only one I've heard too. But they have to put in like a formal, a formal alibi, whatever. But if they have all of the evidence against him and use that to create the alibi, that's kind of bullshit, honestly. If you have an alibi, you should have your alibi whether you have the evidence against you or not. Your alibi is not going to change based on the evidence against you, unless you were somewhere where you shouldn't have been. Or unless you don't know where you should say you were, because you don't know what evidence is against you, because you don't actually have an alibi. Suzanne, that's what happened with Alec Murdaugh. His statement of alibi was clear, and then he got caught in a lie because his alibi was blown out of the water. It was found that he was at the kennels. Yeah, so he put in his alibi was that he was at his original one was that he was taking his, what was the first one? I think he was taking his dad to the hospital, and then they said he had I think the first one was he was taking his dad to the hospital. I think that was the first one. And then it was, oh, well, he went to see his mom because his dad was in the hospital. And then that one was, that one was kind of like the oops, we didn't mean he took his dad to the hospital, but that was like his, like Poot and Jim were like, he's got an ironclad alibi. But he was full of crap. He didn't take his dad to the hospital. So then he changed it to at his mom's. And then, you know, he did go to his mom's, speeding down the road, going to his mom's. But that was after he was in there taking a nap and then went to his mom's. That ain't what happened. He was down there at the kennels with Bubba and his family that he killed. And then he ran to his mom's to probably stash guns and bloody clothes that he then went back a few days later and disposed of, which is when they had the four-wheelers out. But, you know, whatever. Whatever. If you're innocent, you should already have an alibi. Your alibi should be just where you were. Yeah. If you're innocent, your alibi is where you were. Where were you? Well, I went here. Okay, let's say he was driving around. I went here and here and here. You don't need your cell phone records for that. If you are telling the truth, then you don't need to see where you were before you tell them where you were. I don't know if the location of the trial moved or not yet. They will revisit it. The next hearing is May 14th. May 14th. We're just going to keep on having hearings. Keep on having hearings. Forever and ever, amen. Your Honor, I was merely driving around that neighborhood at 4 in the morning, and I never take my phone. That way, if I break down, I'm stranded. Seems legit. Let me show you. Oops. Oh no, what did I just do? Brandi, stop pressing buttons. There we go. Lucy's whining again. Why are you whining? Don't nobody want to hear you whine. You ain't abused. Let me do this. Let's see. What did I do with my Coburger charts? There's a timeline. So this is according to the evidence. Can I blow this up on? How do you? I don't think I can zoom in right here. But it's on my website. You can go look on the website. But before the murders, this is I mapped out where he was. So before the murders and after the murders. So before the murders, this is kind of the area that he would have gone. So 242, 244, 247, cell towers are all near his residence, and then it stops reporting. At 253, what they believe is his car is seen on going southeast on Nevada Street toward 270. And then they believe he went this way and came up at 329. What they think is his car was at, what is allegedly his car, was at Indian Hills. And then a few minutes later, it's Steiner. 329 to 420, the car was seen multiple times in the neighborhood, in the neighborhood of King Road. And then afterwards, the car is seen leaving King Road house at high speed and then southbound. And this is the route in blue that they believe or that I believe he came. This isn't what they said. This is what I said. So let me be clear. I'm not saying this is the state. This is what I put together according to the data. But at 4:20, the car seen leaving. So the cell towers that it hit, according to the data points, are 448 and 450, like down in this area near Blaine, which is why I think that he took this way home. Then there's another one that hits right here, which would make it make sense that he took this way home. Cell tower hits west toward Uniontown, then back into Pullman. The car is seen again on video surveillance right here at 5:25 a.m. and then seen turning north, and then like basically all of these little camera points right here go right back to the right back toward where his house is. And then at 5:30, the cell tower pulls pings right by his house again. So that is the data that they already have. Now, if I can put this together based on the data that has already been given, I don't know why the defense can't. But you know what? What do I know? I'm just a YouTuber, not a defense attorney. So, but anywho, that's on the website if you want to see them. All right, so that's all we got today. I will be back tomorrow about the same time, about 11, and we will go back into verdict watch. So I'll miss the first couple hours, but you know, that's okay. And I'm going to put together a few things for us to look at tomorrow while we are in verdict watch, and hopefully we'll get a verdict tomorrow. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Eggs man starting to clean. You know, when he starts sweeping and turning off lights and stuff, it's time to go. Y'all, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out today and putting up with YouTube being temperamental and kicking us out and doing all kinds of stuff. So I appreciate y'all more than you know. I will get the stream set up. I'm going to look up a few things first, so I might not set up the stream until tomorrow so that I can get ready for tomorrow to get us some stuff to watch. And I want to do a little bit of digging. There's a couple things that I have in mind. So I'll get the stream set up later and kind of give you an idea of what we're going to look at tomorrow while we are waiting on the verdict. Sound good? All right, y'all. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good hump day. And I will see you all tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?